Let's start then. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I don't know where you are. My name is Jean TIROLE, and I'm pleased and honored to welcome you to this exciting event on the economics of creative destruction. I have some noise in my buds. Maybe the microphone should be turned off for someone, but there's a little bit of a noise. I don't know if it's the case for you. Now, this event had been imagined by Emmanuel Farhi, who is in our memories. He unfortunately would not have seen the phenomenal success of his initiative. Over 3,800 people registered, I'm told. And of course, attracted by an incredible program, a tribute to both the topic and to the role played by Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt in advancing our knowledge. I would like to thank John von REENEN and Ufuk AKCIGIT for succeeding in building such a program. A few brief personal remarks. I had the privilege of sitting in the first row when the legendary collaboration Aghion-Howitt all started. It was in 1987. Philippe had landed an assistant professorship at MIT, and Peter was on sabbatical from the University of Western Ontario. And they had offices next door to each other at MIT. At the time, I knew Philippe already pretty well, as an undergrad in Paris, then as a PhD student at Harvard, taking courses at MIT, as a researcher working on phenomenal papers with Patrick Bolton, whom we had met in the fall of '84 at a dinner at our home. I would later have the privilege of having Philippe as a co-author, and Peter visiting Toulouse for 2 years. Peter, I'm sorry, Chez Fazul is no longer around. It has been closed, but it has been replaced by a great restaurant, another great restaurant. I also had I was very happy to have the privilege of counting both as friends. In any case, I could see the glee in Philippe's eyes when Peter and he started discussing endogenous growth. The rest, as they say, is history. I will now let Philippe say a few words about Emmanuel Farhi.
Very much, Jean. Yeah, my microphone. So yeah, that's right, Jean and Olivier. You witnessed, you know, the very first moment of our collaboration with Peter, and in 1987. So you've been through the whole history. Let me just say a few words about Emmanuel. So as Jean mentioned, the Festschrift conference, this conference was in fact initiated by Emmanuel, and who passed away in July 2020. Emmanuel was my closest friend in Harvard since we met in Harvard, and he was like a brother for me with Egyptian roots. Like my parents are from Egypt as well. They had friends in common, and we realized he was like a brother, like a young brother that I always dreamed of having. As you know, Emmanuel was not only a genius economist who deeply transformed macroeconomics, he was also an outstanding human being, always there to listen to us and to provide advice and support. Emmanuel was a regular visitor to our innovation center at Collège de France, taking time to talk to all the young researchers and students and being with us. It was not only natural that the center should be renamed the Farhi Innovation Center. So let me just show you. My I look for the. I don't find now the pictures. Maybe Emma has a picture. 1 second. Yeah, you can share with us, Emma. So Emma will share with us. Voilà. Thank you. So the first one, maybe Emma, would you go up? So that's right. So we have now the Farhi Innovation Center. When you enter our center at Collège, that's what you see is the Farhi Innovation Center. And so now I show you some of his portraits that are on the walls. You know them. I'm sure you've seen them before. Those were taken at Harvard mostly or at Collège. And there I show you the library very kindly, you know, all his books at Harvard and at home. Very kindly, his mother, Danielle de Bordeaux, you know, donated Emmanuel's library to the college. And so everybody at college, all the young researchers can benefit from, you know, can enter into the world of Emmanuel. Of course, you know, and then maybe the next picture of the college. Voilà, that's some researchers were not complete here. It's an incomplete set of us at college around Emmanuel's, you know, sign, the Farhi Center. Of course, all this, you know, none of this, of course, can resuscitate Emmanuel as we knew him, with his laughs, his sparkles, his challenging questions. It's very often it would be very hard to answer them on the spot because they required extremely deep thinking before you could properly answer a question that would seem to come naturally out of his mouth. We miss Emmanuel's unbounded curiosity and eagerness to debate on all subjects, and we miss Emmanuel's uncommon generosity. So this conference is, of course, dedicated to Emmanuel Farhi's memory. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much, Philippe, for this moving testimony to Emmanuel. Now we are very privileged and honored to have François VILLEROY, the governor of the Bank of France. And it's actually a good opportunity also to thank François and the Bank of France for the support for this conference. Bank of France is a co-sponsor of this event, and more generally for the support that his institution is bringing to economics, serious economics, and the promotion of economic research. François?
Cher Jean, merci. Dear friends, hello to all of you. Cher Philippe, tu me permets de le dire avec une amitié un peu particulière aujourd'hui, but I will speak in English. And first, to echo what Philippe just said about Emmanuel Farhi, I have nothing to add. We all think the same thing. We miss Emmanuel. We all know how a great economist he was, how privileged we were in the Banque de France to have the pleasure of listening to him. I had it also personally, and to listen to him regularly on so many important issues. And this conference wouldn't have existed without Emmanuel. That said, it's my great pleasure to give this introductory speech to this Festschrift in honor of Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt, and to celebrate with all of you the famous Schumpeterian theory of economic growth. This theory was born at the end of the 80s. It has since proven to be a formidable tool to analyze various economic phenomena and has passed very well, Philippe, numerical empirical tests. In this regard, I would also like to thank the organizers, Ufuk AKCIGIT and John van REENEN, for setting up such a fantastic program. I really admire that you will spend 3 days together online. I will spend only part of the time with you, but it's really a very impressive program. I will concentrate briefly on one question. What use can central bankers make of your growth theory, Philippe and Peter? And as a practitioner, I would suggest an answer in 3 points. First, these theories allow to better gauge the potential of the economy in order to adjust monetary policy. The assessment exercise takes its inspiration, in particular, from the rich theoretical framework both of you developed. Schumpeterian growth theory informs the link between innovation and the trend in total factor productivity, and this link is a major determinant of potential growth. Second, growth theory allows us to improve our understanding of the well-recognized puzzle of the productivity slowdown. This issue is of a major importance for us, monetary policymakers. As a matter of fact, I'm just coming out of the Governing Council in Frankfurt online to join Philippe this Festschrift. So it's for me the direct continuity between policymaking and dialogue with academics. A possible explanation of the slowdown could be a weaker contribution of the new technologies to productivity growth, possibly caused, and this was one of your major messages and innovation, possibly caused by unsuitable institutions that delay the diffusion of innovation. In your famous 2009 book, both of you show that growth depends on the interaction between innovation, education, and economic and political institutions. And this interaction needs to be adjusted depending on an economy's distance to the technological frontier. Can I add, Philippe, that as late as this year, 2021, you even tried to convince our fellow French citizens to become more Schumpeterian. And I quote in French the title of your last book, Le pouvoir de la destruction créatrice, the power of creative destruction. This is badly needed, and probably not only in France. This is courageous, and this is very welcome. Third, the theory of creative destruction is helpful to analyze how monetary policy itself, conversely, can influence economic growth. Can I here again quote a recent work conducted at the Banque de France under your patronage? It shows how the Schumpeterian framework can be extended to emphasize how credit constraints can influence business dynamism and the reallocation of activities towards more productive sectors. Too many constraints would naturally affect the development of new projects. But on the opposite, if credit access is too easy, low productive incumbent firms, zombie firms, could continue to finance their project to the detriment of newcomers. You also helped us, and Philippe, I remember you helped me personally. I remember our bilateral discussion 6 years ago. You helped us to better understand the link between the quality of financing, the nature of financing, and growth. And in particular, this very important fact that R&D intensive firms tend to raise finance more by issuing equity than debt. This point is for me particularly relevant when thinking about how to improve innovation policy in Europe. I remind you of a very simple figure. If I take the share of corporate equity to GDP, it's 2.5 times lower in Europe than in the US. And this is a key explanation for our innovation lag. Overall, it seems to me that the success of the intellectual journey that represents your Schumpeterian growth theory comes from the fact that it was constantly confronted with renewed data and applied to new topics. This back and forth between academic research, new data sets, economic decision-making, and public policy analysis is one of the pillars of our Banque de France. I would like to highlight today, for example, a paper which you published with Gilbert Sett and other co-authors in 2012. You were the first to use data on payment incidents collected by the Banque de France to investigate the link between credit constraints and our RRD investments over the business cycle. Your model includes a trade-off between short-run capital investment and long-term R&D investment. And this is a very interesting outcome. Confronted with the data, your results confirmed that R&D investment is counter-cyclical without credit constraints, but becomes pro-cyclical as firms face tight credit constraints. Let me conclude by sharing with you a smile and a Schumpeterian observation, if you allow me, Philippe and Peter. In your initial theory, growth involves creative destruction, which could be envisaged as a permanent conflict between incumbents and new entrants. It is fortunate that this theory does not apply to the collaboration between the Innovation Center at Collège de France, now renamed, and the Banque de France. It is a collaboration between young researchers and more senior economists, between, yes, incumbent and newcomers, between new data and established theory. Thanks also to you for this very practical and positive lesson. Et si tu me permets d'ajouter un mot plus personnel, merci à toi, Philippe, pour cela et pour tout le reste. Have a good Festschrift.
Merci beaucoup, François. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, cher François, for this very interesting discussion and for diving also directly into the core of many of the sessions which are going to take place in the next 4 days. Before we start with the rest of the conference, a little bit of housekeeping. So Ufuk is going to tell you a little bit about the rules of the game for the conference. Ufuk?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. We are super excited about the conference. We have more than 4,000 registered participants. It's really an amazing conference. The biggest sad, obviously, apart from Emmanuel not being with us as organizers in this conference, one of the sad parts is also that we won't be able to take a family photo as a memory of this conference, but hopefully in the future installments, we can do that. So several points about the conference rules. We are expecting an amazing proceedings book after the conference. So that's why on the program, you see some names as paper writers and some people as panelists. So paper writers will have 10 minutes in their presentations and panelists will have 8 minutes in their presentations. So questions are allowed, but if you have questions, please write them in the chat window and the session chairs will direct them to the participants. And we expect everyone else to mute their microphone except the speakers. And finally, we will use the same Zoom link for every session throughout the conference, so you don't need to search for another Zoom link. Am I missing anything, John?
No, I think you covered everything. Just to say thanks again to everybody for coming, and I can't think of a better way to honor Emmanuel's memory than having a kind of a conference like this. It's a fantastic event, and thanks to everybody.
And thanks so much to John and Ufuk for organizing this conference. I think Peter and I, we are extremely grateful, and thanks a lot, Jean, for chairing this first session.
Well, thanks so much, Ufuk and John. And now we are going to move on to the next day. Ufuk, you don't leave, you stay around. And I'm handing over to Peter KLENOW. Pete?
Yes, so Ufuk is the first speaker, so take it away, Ufuk.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, so thanks everyone again for coming to this amazing conference. So Jean already gave some interesting introduction, but I'm going to repeat some of the things that he mentioned. So it was in 1987, two young star economists met on the second floor of MIT Econ department when Philippe was a first-year assistant professor and Peter was a visiting faculty from Western Ontario. If you haven't noticed yet, Philippe, whenever he wants to take a break, he loves to walk in the corridor and talking to people, and it didn't take him too long to say hello to Peter, who was sitting in the next office. And then Peter, being a monetary search person in his previous life, and Philippe being the IO person in his previous life, they had some productive conversations. And obviously, the point that they were bouncing around is that obviously when you look around, there are a lot of shops and factories that are closing and getting replaced by newcomers. And this turnover, that's a main source of economic growth, was missing in the literature. And they try to formalize this very important idea to incorporate into the growth theory. So that's how their journey started. And ultimately, at the end of the year, they had their notes, and then they sent to the typewriter in Western Ontario. Apparently, they didn't have computers to type it themselves. So that's how it used to work, apparently, something that I learned later. And so ultimately, the paper came out as a working paper from Western Ontario in May 1989. And next year in 1990, it came out from the NBER, and ultimately in 1992, it got published. So the main essence of this super important contribution was these following ingredients. And I'm going to open up these ingredients later on. So first, the main intuition that they had is that, of course, you have a population which you split into two groups as production workers and researchers. And then these researchers start thinking about new ideas, and these ideas, for the sake of this presentation, which I denote by X, generates the rate of creative destruction or the rate of innovation in this model. But one of the key ingredients in their model was the spillovers, intertemporal spillovers that each innovation is generating on the society. And gamma here is how much each innovation is contributing on top of the previous quality ladder. So that's why gamma is the multiplicative factor here, raising the quality ladder. So of course, these entrepreneurs endogenously deciding to innovate, but what's their motivation? Their motivation is the value or the return to their innovation. And what's the value? This is the second important ingredient here. So this value function is really the key ingredient in their model. Normally, if you come up with an innovation, and if you are the perpetual owner of this innovation, the present discounted sum of the profits will be simply equal to pi divided by the interest rate. But the important ingredient here, which is really the transformative part, is this X term that shows up in the denominator, which is the obsolescence adjusted interest rate in the denominator. Why is it the case? Because in the sense of the Schumpeterian reallocation story, whenever there's a new entrant with a better technology or better product, it replaces the old unproductive incumbent. And this turnover is, while it's generating productivity growth, it's also hurting the incentives of the incumbents, because incumbents are enjoying a shorter monopoly duration. And as I'm going to explain in a bit, this is going to create some very, very important tension, which is very important to understand the growth process overall. And since each individual is potentially working in two occupations, so there's a resource arbitrage condition here, whether to work for production or R&D, and that determines the split of the population into two groups. And ultimately, the resulting innovation and the spillovers that being generated is creating the overall growth, endogenous growth. So this model, this beautiful tractable framework was so powerful that a gigantic literature emerged afterwards, as I'm going to explain in a second. So just to show you in a graph here, so the idea is basically there is a quality ladder, and let's say firm one is the current monopolist producing in that quality ladder. Then firm two is producing a better quality of it. As a result, firm two comes in and firm one is out. But firm two is not there permanently, because firm three will introduce something better than firm two. In that case, firm two will out, and firm four will replace firm three, etc. And this is basically what's happening in the background of the Schumpeterian creative destruction. Now, as I highlighted, this framework, this very powerful workhorse, was so tractable that a gigantic literature over the past 30 years have built on this and extended in many different, many important dimensions. And one of the important implications of this Schumpeterian theory has been on our understanding of industrial or innovation policy. Let me give you a very simple intuition why this is the case. So here there's this growth process that's a function of the innovation effort and the spillover, and then there's the spillover term here. Let me focus on these two terms more specifically in this equation. So growth is simply equal to the spillover that each innovation is generating times the innovation frequency. Now, the social planner obviously cares about how much spillover there will be after each innovation, because whenever you raise the quality ladder, the society benefits from this permanently. But as Peter and Philippe argues in their paper, this is a result of competition or turnover in the economy. So the incentive of a new entrant is solely to replace the incumbent and make profit until they get kicked out. So they couldn't care less about how long the society will benefit from this. So as a result, between the social planner's horizon and the profit-seeking entrepreneur's horizon, you have a mismatch. And suddenly, as opposed to the earlier endogenous growth models, now suddenly you start to see this non-trivial policy implication emerging from this endogenous creative destruction. Because think about the Romer model, where there are spillovers, mostly spillovers in the economy. So as a result, you want to subsidize the innovation all the time. But here, it could be that if the spillovers are too small, if gamma is too small, the social planner might say, well, innovations are not affecting the society. We are wasting society's resources. But the entrepreneurs will not think that way. So that's why the policy implication of this framework is that there's a certain threshold below which, if the gamma or the spillover term is too little, the decentralized economy will spend too much in R&D, or if the spillovers are too high, the society should spend more in R&D. So suddenly you realize that maybe, today we have this big debate about R&D spending is exponentially growing, but we are not generating enough growth in return. Maybe this is the theory that we have to think more deeply about what's happening to understand what's happening today. And another important implication of this is that one-size-fits-all policies across the industries is not the right way to go, because you need to understand in every industry the spillover dynamics. You need to understand the competition and business stealing dynamics. So as a result, this theory already in this pure form is already telling you that industrial policy should take these two components into account. Of course, this model had been developed again by Philippe and Peter and co-authors. For instance, another important implication has been the application on distance to frontier and appropriate growth policies. And another important implication is, of course, on the R&D subsidies or taxation, and I'm sure Stephanie is going to talk in great detail. So as you see, the implication on industrial policy has been enormous of this framework. Given the tractability of this framework and already what it was offering, it was the workhorse to build on in order to understand how firm dynamics and microdata can shed light on our understanding of economic growth. So let me go a little bit more into detail about how Aghion-Howitt model has been extended in the literature to its current form and how we are today using this line of work in order to do policy analysis and in order to understand some important lessons for economic growth. So this is the value function in the baseline Aghion-Howitt model. And what Aghion-Howitt model was telling us that when there's a new entry, this new incumbent will collect the monopoly rents until another entrepreneur comes in and kicks out the existing incumbent. But this model was mostly saying that growth will mainly come from new entry. In reality, we also know that, especially if we want to understand firms, we also know that a big chunk of R&D is also coming from incumbents. So then how can we incorporate the incumbent R&D, a richer firm dynamics into this framework, when Clayton-Kortum paper was a milestone in that regard. So what Clayton-Kortum did is really a very tractable extension or reinterpretation of the Aghion-Howitt model. So effectively, what they said is that if you want to think of a firm as a collection of production units or collection of production plants, and if you let every production unit or production plant operate the way the baseline Aghion-Howitt model operates, then we can generate these implications of invariant firm size distribution or incumbent R&D, etc. And that's exactly what Clayton-Kortum's 2004 JP paper did. And basically, the implication for the value function was that you have this standard value function of Aghion-Howitt plus this extensive margin, meaning that every firm can also extend into new product lines. For instance, in this example, I'm giving you here an example where the firm is a collection of four product lines, but Clayton-Kortum model allows firms to expand horizontally. And as a result, you can expand into a fifth line if you're successful. So it's really a very tractable and nice extension of the baseline Aghion-Howitt model to think about incumbent innovation. But there is one limitation here, which is that, as we know also in today's R&D world, that incumbents, as they are growing in size, instead of only expanding into new markets, typically they start concentrating on their existing portfolio and they start tinkering over their existing portfolio. Think about Apple, for instance. Once it introduces its iPad, it starts improving its iPad rather than seeking for new technologies. So that's that extension. So in the Kletan-Kortum model, again, each production unit is silent about it improving its existing product. Then the AKCIGIT paper came along in 2010, and it took 8 years to publish it, but let's skip that detail for now. And so what this paper did is effectively introducing also the possibility of firms improving their existing product lines endogenously. What's the change in the Aghion-Howitt value function now? Well, owning a product line now is not only about collecting the profits, but also improving its future value or its future quality. So that's why you have this additional term coming up with that. And suddenly now, this way you can start talking about the incentive of different size firms and how they have different incentives to improve their existing lines or expanding into new lines. So now we start to talk about also the heterogeneity across firm size and creative destruction. And ultimately, we had also in Aghion et al. Paper in 2018, AER paper, where the model basically was saying that not everybody can be an artist and not everybody can be a basketball player. And as a result, not everybody can be an entrepreneur and not every firm can be as creative as others. So this heterogeneity was very important in understanding the data, because the earlier models were silent about the relationship between firm age and creative destruction. So we had good predictions about how large firms versus small firms or entrants would generate creative destruction. But this earlier literature was silent about how old firms controlling for size, how old firms versus young firms could generate differential growth processes. By introducing firm types into a Kletan-Kortum model, where high types firms can expand faster than low type firms, for instance, suddenly you have also a meaningful implication that relates firm age to creative destruction. For instance, controlling for firm size, an older firm or a younger firm can be more productive depending on the selection process in the economy. So these have very important implications on how you're going to design industrial policy. Should you subsidize large firms, small firms, old firms, young firms, etc.? And this workhorse allowed us to push these frontiers and do the analysis that we are able to do today. So another important implication of the baseline Aghion-Howitt model has been to understand the competition dynamics in more detail. In the standard macro literature, every firm is typically an infinitesimal firm that's competing against the aggregate. So you typically take the wage rate, and whatever is the wage rate that's reflecting the pressure from the rest of the economy, each firm is reacting to that aggregate wage rate. But of course, in reality, not every firm is infinitesimal. Indeed, in today's world, one of the biggest debates is market concentration. There are a few firms that are dominating each industry, and as a result, the size of these firms are discouraging the rest of the firms in the economy. So as a result, if you want to talk about competition policy, we have to take into account the fact that firms are strategically competing in the industry. They are not infinitesimal. They take into account their market share in the economy. So Aghion-Howitt baseline model was a great starting point. Indeed, the same authors later on pushed this research agenda and incorporated also the potential market size and market power into their framework. So remember, in the baseline model, Aghion-Howitt model, R&D cost function is linear. What's the implication of the linear R&D cost function? It means that since entrants' incentive to innovate is higher than incumbents' incentive to innovate, and because of the linear cost function, if it's profitable, if entrants are indifferent between doing R&D and not doing R&D, incumbents will not do R&D. Okay, because of the Arrow's replacement effect that's naturally embedded in this framework, innovation incentives are higher for entrants than incumbents. So as a result, only the entrants are innovating with linear cost function. So as a result, incumbents have been silent in the baseline model. But then Aghion and Howitt later on joined forces with Harris and Vickers in their 2001 paper. And then instead of considering a linear innovation cost function, they considered a convex cost function. When you have a convex cost function, suddenly every incumbent in the economy has an incentive to innovate now. They don't disappear from the economy. Depending on how far back they are compared to the leader, now they have an incentive to innovate. Of course, this problem in this version is impossible to solve because you have many incumbents who are all trying to invest in R&D, and you cannot solve this model. But again, of course, these are very smart, creative researchers. What they did is they did the necessary simplifications, and they assumed that there are 2 firms in every industry that are permanently lived. So they eliminate all other potential incumbents in the industry and allow them to invest in R&D depending on their position relative to their rival. So this is the so-called step-by-step innovation models, which is relatively less explored in the literature, but it's quite rich in terms of understanding the competition dynamics. So what does this model imply? It implies the following. In every industry, there are 2 firms. There's a market leader and there's a market follower. In some industries, the 2 firms can be neck and neck. In some industries, the leader might be ahead of the follower by a small margin. And in some industries, the leader can be very far ahead of the follower. So why is this interesting? This is interesting because in every aspect of life, individuals or firms are spending different effort depending on the position compared to their rivals. Think about athletes, for instance. If they are already winning the race, they do not exert much effort, but if they are competing head to head, then they are exerting much more effort. So this already tells you that neck and neck competition is extremely important, and it is important to generate neck and neck competition as much as possible. So this type of strategic interaction was extremely essential to understand the implication of competition on innovation and economic growth. And I don't need to tell you much about the inverted U paper. Just the Google Scholar citations tells you the importance of this paper. This already tells you that head-to-head fierce competition maximizes, is very essential for growth. And this framework has been also very crucial for understanding the role of globalization and the role of international competition for domestically concentrating markets. For instance, in this day and age, when the domestic markets are getting more and more concentrated, I think the economies are more dependent on international competition. And this was an intuition that we explored in a recent paper, for instance. And another, I think, very important implication of the strategic interaction model is to understand the underlying reasons behind the rise in market concentration and declining business dynamism in the United States. So obviously, another important implication of the Aghion-Howitt model has been the tension between entrants and incumbents, right? Because the model is saying that innovation will come from new entrants and incumbents will stay there. And if entrant comes in, incumbents will get kicked out. So if the entrants are pushing the world technology frontier forward through innovations, will incumbents really stay there silently and wait a new entrant to come in and replace them? Or will they potentially use some strategic investment to resist the change and make sure that the new technologies are not being implemented? Indeed, when we look at the data, we see a lot of evidence for this anti-competitive behavior by incumbents. And it's thanks to this Aghion-Howitt Schumpeterian idea that we could really rationalize the fact that all these R&D investment that's being done, they are not all of them productive. They are not necessarily pushing the world technology frontier forward. For instance, today, when we subsidize R&D subsidies are mostly utilized by large incumbents, but by large incumbents' incentive is not necessary to push the technology frontier, and they are spending most of the government's money or the taxpayers' money to invest in defensive R&D or to build a patent thicket around themselves. So another very interesting implication or evidence of this came from Italy. So in a recent work with Salome Baslanze and Francesco Lotti, we looked at the incentives of market leaders and market followers of how much they invest in innovation and how much they invest in political connections. Of course, political connections is another way to ensure to secure their position in the market. and to make sure that the competition is slowed down. So in this graph, for instance, on the x-axis, you see the market rank of firms. 1 means the market leader. 20 means that 20 is smallest firm in the market. On the right axis, you see the number of politicians per labor. On the left axis, you see the number of innovations per labor. As the firms is becoming the market leader, innovation is going down and the number of politicians is just going up. And this is exactly the way the Schumpeterian model will tell us the political economy problem associated with the creative destruction. And finally, on the baseline model had very important implication also for the creative destruction or the lack of creative destruction in developing economies. So if creative destruction is the engine of economic growth in advanced economies, then we can flip this question and ask, if developing economies are not growing as fast, why is there not enough creative destruction? And of course, there have been massive contributions by many people in this conference. And here I'm borrowing a figure from Peter KLENOW's very important paper, 2014 QJ paper, where they were showing the life cycle of US firms and plants and India and Mexican plants. And US firms, when you look at the data, are very much characterized by up or out dynamics, where creative destruction is very forcefully taking place, where successful firms are growing and unsuccessful firms are simply exiting. When you look at India or developing economies, you don't see this up or out dynamics. The question is why? Why is creative destruction so low? So this is an important growth question that combines development and growth. And there, of course, there have been many important answers that have been given. And of course, there's not one single answer depending on the country, but one important and fun answer was given by Nick Bloom, John Van Reenen, and many co-authors, which have argued that indeed lack of trust is an important friction in developing economies. So as a result, when you don't trust on some managers where you can give the keys of the storage room, you just rely on your family members, or more specifically on your male children to delegate the task. And as you see, you cannot just turn to the developed economies and take their policy recommendation and give it to developed economies, because the problems are massively different in different countries. So Schumpeterian economy and the application of the Schumpeterian intuition to different economies allowed us to shed light on different issues in different countries. So let me just summarize what happened over this 30 years. Well, over this 30 years, of course, this 30 years have been very productive for Peter and Philip. And obviously, as you can see, these were just some examples. They have been extremely creative. But as you can see from these photos, the years have also been a little bit destructive on their eyes. They both have now eyeglasses. Probably this should not be a surprise given how hard they worked over that 30 years. But of course, over that 30 years, they left a huge mark through their creative destruction workhorse on the way we think about economic growth, the way we do policy debates, also the way also Governor mentioned in the introduction, the way we think about firm dynamics and how we think about economic growth through the lens of firm dynamics and through IO tools and IO implications, how political economy can be an important challenge for us to when we implement new policies, for instance, or how we should think about development policy in different countries. Another important strength of this framework has been how we map theory to the data. And these days, we are just using microdata to answer macro questions using this workhorse model in the background. And of course, they've been also extremely generous with their time and kindness on their co-authors, students, and fellow economists. So that's why, on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank Peter and Philippe for their amazing contribution and everything that they've provided. And I'm looking forward to a very interesting conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for a great start, Ufuk. Daron ACEMOGLU, you're next.
Okay, wonderful. That's a hard act to follow. Ufuk gave a fantastic introduction. And first of all, let me say I am delighted to be part of this to celebrate Philippe and Peter's monumental work, and also in memory of Emmanuel. So actually, Ufuk and I did not coordinate, but I will sort of repeat some of the same themes, but go in a slightly different direction. So I think at the center of the questions that Ufuk was talking about is the underlying issue of how to think about technology and its effects. This question, as Ufuk highlighted, is central to much of economics, and the starting point of both exogenous solo growth model or Romer-style endogenous growth model was to start with what I'm going to call a basic neoclassical aggregate production function. Something like output, aggregate output, is equal to a function of ln k, and we think of technology as coming in this AL and AK form that makes existing factors of production more productive. Now, under most forms of this production function f, in particular, unless it has extremely low elasticity of substitution close to Leontief, then technological changes benefit all factors of production. They are the tides that lift all boats. The same is true even when you go to heterogeneous labor models. Inequality might increase, but you're not going to have technological changes harming people. The creative destruction paradigm is rather different. Schumpeter would not have embraced this view of neoclassical production technology. And in particular, his notion of creative destruction had two central elements, which Ufuk already emphasized. One is that technology has a critical microstructure. Some firms are entrepreneurs, and Schumpeter was very keen on entrepreneurs, for example, are at the forefront of it, and we have to think of the competitive environment, what these firms are doing, and so on. And technology creates winners and losers. Ufuk came to that towards the end of his talk, but I think it's actually really critical. These notions are also central to Philippe and Peter's beautiful framework, which creates the creative destruction paradigm building on the shoulders of Schumpeter. And this work opens the way to several major advances, which Ufuk mentioned, so let me not really repeat them, except again, as in my opinion, the winners and losers are really at the center, and the conflict over technological change is at the center. But you can also see from the way that Ufuk brilliantly summarized, it's a very specific view. The conflict is between entrants and incumbents. Who leads, who loses, who wins, incumbents versus entrants, perhaps the workers of the incumbents. The question is that the right microstructure? It's a huge step forward, but are there other aspects of the microstructure and other aspects of conflict that are really important? Or in other words, what's next on this? We've built on this amazing framework, new bridges between micro and macro, as Ufuk highlights, but what's next? We can do much more of the same, and I think there are still many things to be done. But I want to emphasize two things that build on these ideas, but go in a slightly different direction, in the same spirit, but in a slightly different way. First of all, I think the extent to which many factors of production lose out of technology is much more pervasive than either the neoclassical paradigm or the creative destruction paradigm highlights. So in particular, workers do not necessarily benefit from technological changes. We have many instances in which labor demand increases, wages and employment increase with technology, but many instances in which that's not the case. The way that you can make sense of that in the creative destruction paradigm is to say that these are the workers who have either specific skills or they were getting monopoly rents from the incumbents. I think that may be right for some settings, perhaps Luddites, you can think of them that way, but I think it doesn't do justice to the broader framework. The other one is malleable technology. I think we do not do enough justice how malleable technology is, meaning that how many different directions technology can go. And if you couple that with my previous observations, some directions of technological change are going to bring more productivity, are going to hurt some guys. Some other directions are going to hurt other people, but perhaps bring less productivity. So we have a lot of distributional as well as productivity. What type of productivity? What types of technologies? Different paths, different platforms we can develop. Again, some ideas like GPT do go a little bit in this direction, and they can be merged and have been merged with the creative destruction. But I think we can try to make sense of these, building on the creative destruction paradigm, but going in a different microstructure dimension, thinking about tasks. So in fact, the microstructure that's really critical, that's not captured by this thing, is that production doesn't take place by putting labor and capital into a black box. production takes often place because there are some tasks that need to be performed. If you want to produce a piece of garment, you need to do the weaving, spinning, and the weaving, and the carding, and the coloring, and the design, and all of the other tasks that are associated with transporting, storing, and marketing the product. And many of the technologies that are iconic throughout the last 200 years cannot really be made sense in this framework of AL and AK. You really need to think about them in the context of how tasks are allocated to different factors of production. Horse-powered reapers, harvesters, and threshing machines replace manual labor and animate sources of energy. Machine tools replace labor-intensive artisanal techniques. Industrial robotics, automated welding, machining, assembly, packaging, and now software automations and more recently AI are going in for other routine, but sometimes non-routine white-collar tasks. Now, if you start thinking of the task microstructure, you'll see how strange this production function is in some sense. Because what it says is that, and I'm going to spend 2 minutes on this in my remaining few minutes, these technologies, if we're really going to think of them in this AL and AK way, they need to increase the productivity of a factor uniformly in all tasks. And I think that just doesn't fit most of the examples that we have in mind. So how do we make sense of this? One slide of equation, but this is very familiar to people, this sort of CES framework, so I'll zoom through it. Imagine that output is produced by combining a set of tasks with an elasticity of substitution sigma. N minus 1, n is the range. The key here is this equation. This one says that different factors of production, here capital and labor, allocated to different tasks, have task-specific productivity. Gamma kz for task C for capital, gamma lz for labor. And critically, some tasks can be produced by capital. They are automated, or automation is feasible, and some other tasks cannot be. So here I've said that tasks below I can be produced by capital, so you can allocate capital or labor. Tasks above I cannot be produced by capital. They are not technologically automated. So you can make some comparative advantages, but you can see now technological malleability is going to have a much more of an important and interesting setting here, because there are so many different dimensions of technology. You can have I, extensive margin of automation, new tasks, and also all these task-specific technologies, as well as I've allowed for these AL and AK, the factor augmenting ones, to show you how different they are, and in some sense how strange they are when you think of them in the microstructure. So here is a graphical way of thinking about it. Here is the task space. You can allocate some tasks to capital, some other tasks to labor. How are you going to do that? You're going to take the lower envelope here, the cost of production. And what is the cost of producing with capital? Cost of capital divided by the productivity of capital, AK times gamma kz, W AL times gamma L. So now I will argue, or hopefully try to give an insight, why is it that when you have factor augmenting technologies, either you do it in this micro way or you just posit it in this way, it doesn't actually make any difference. Why is it that that actually acts like the tide that lifts all boats? Very simple. Here's what a factor augmenting productivity does for the labor augmenting variety. It increases the productivity of labor in all tasks. So you're getting a huge productivity effect in all of the inframarginal tasks that labor was producing. You're actually getting much more productivity. So what that productivity effect does is that it acts like that tide. It creates more output translates into more factor demands for both capital and labor. Same thing with capital augmenting technology. However, if you think of automation as shifting that threshold, which was feasible or not, that creates a much smaller productivity effect, because the productivity effect now comes from the cost savings of switching from the more expensive factor labor to the less expensive factor capital. Now, when the productivity effect is small, but there is this taking away of tasks, which you can call displacement effect, now the distributional effects are first order, productivity effects are second order. And then finally, new tasks, now you're going to have both first order productivity effect and potentially first order productivity effects and first order distributional effect, because new tasks are going to generate lots of new things for labor to do, reinstate labor into the production process, potentially also increase productivity. Now, here is a summary of when you solve this model and aggregate it up, how it looks like. It looks a little bit like the AKK times ALL type model with a CES sigma minus 1, but that is actually deceptive for two reasons. First of all, this is not a real CES production function, because these coefficients here are endogenous, and that's where most of the action comes in. And secondly, actually, the elasticity of substitution is not sigma. That's the elasticity of substitution holding these orange terms constant, but there is substitution coming from the orange terms also. The elasticity of substitution is actually endogenous as well. And one way of understanding how differently AL and the more microstructure coming from tasks act is to look at the labor share. So labor share here, I wrote it as a combination of blue terms and orange terms. The blue terms are the standard ones. Again, if you have a neoclassical production function, this is how it would work. If you have a creative destruction paradigm, entrance and incumbents, there's going to be some distributional conflict and lots of all that really interesting stuff that Ufuk talked about. But if it aggregates up to a CES production function or a neoclassical production function, same thing. So all those blue terms are all intermediated by 1 minus the elasticity of substitution. They work by quantities of different tasks changing and the indirect substitution that way. Well, at the end of the day, that may not be very important because most of the estimates of sigma are less than 1, but not too far from 1. On the other hand, all of these tasks reallocated across factors is in this gamma term. Those are going to be very different and much more quantitatively powerful. One way of seeing that is let's look at the effect of automation on labor demand. So here as labor demand, I look at log of the total wage bill. That's going to have this productivity effect, that green area that I pointed out, and this orange effect, which is the displacement effect. But as you can see from that figure, that productivity effect can be very small. So when that productivity is very small, especially what you might call so-so technologies, they're a little bit better than what you were doing, but not that much better. Again, this is actually very familiar from creative destruction because you can have business stealing coming from so-so innovations. So here are the so-so technologies in this task space. They're going to create lots of damage on labor because they don't generate much productivity effect. Again, the fact that productivity effect was so large in the standard framework was really baked in without wanting because we assumed that all of the tasks had their productivity improved at the same time. But once that's not true anymore, then you can have a lot of damage on labor. On the other hand, new tasks, now they're going to create the productivity effect, which could be large, but also a reinstatement effect that helps labor. Now you can see already from these two, I haven't gone into the other ones, the task-specific ones, but very different implications, hence the malleability of technology and direction of technological change, technological choice that comes from factor endowments, visions, market power, policy, institutions. All of those are going to have major effects, whether it's going to be the capital owners, designers, engineers, Silicon Valley tycoons, or workers without high school degrees or workers with college degrees but without postgraduate degrees. Who's going to benefit from that? Those are all choices. We often take in economics and also in public discourse as if that's already preordained, but that's not the case. So let me finish by saying, well, actually, this isn't so unusual. In the data, you have a lot of examples of it. Without going into the detail, let me show you just one example from one of the iconic technologies of the last 3 decades. Industrial robotics. They have been completely transformational for much of the manufacturing industry in chemicals and petroleum products, metals, electronics, and of course, auto manufacturing. But if you look at, and I'm not going into the detail, but if you construct a measure of exposure to robots at the local economy level, control for anything you want, this turns out to be a very robust relationship. In places where you have more robots introduced, employment is much lower. So robots adoption is associated with much lower employment. This is emblematically illustrated, but not driven by the industrial heartland of the US. If you leave these places out, the slope changes barely. That's the dotted line here. And also much lower wages. So worker wages are reduced quite significantly, relatively speaking, in places where you have more robot adoption. Where is that coming from? Exactly like underscoring the importance of thinking about tasks, it's coming exactly because robot adoption is associated with routine manual occupations, operators, assembly inspectors, and so on and so forth. Those are exactly the tasks for which robots from the 1980s were designed to replace. Those are the tasks that are disappearing. So again, this sort of emphasizes the importance of the microstructure and importance of conflict. It doesn't so much go to the malleability, but the malleability is quite easy to see. How much should we invest in robots? How much in software? How much in AI? Which direction of AI? Are we going to use AI for complementing people or replacing people? Which types of people? Capital owners? Which types of capital owners? Again, conflict, political economy become even more central than creative destruction, building on the shoulders of creative destruction. So conclusion, I think the creative destruction paradigm has spurred a huge amount of extremely productive work, But we may want to go even beyond creative destruction, building on it, but go beyond it in terms of the microstructure. So bring this task structure where exactly technological change is affecting, and also take the malleability of technology into account. There are many examples beyond what I've talked about, which are the more indirect examples. But if you look at technologies that improve monitoring, you can see immediately that technological choice and distributional consequences cannot be separated. And this also provides a different perspective from the one that Ufuk emphasized about productivity slowdown. You know, we can go about business dynamism and whether we are doing too much licensing and so on and so forth. Yes, those may be important, but many of the technological inadequacies of our age, lack of productivity growth, may be about because the technological malleability is being pushed in a different direction. We're making too many choices that are in line with the vision of some companies, but not necessarily the interests of some types of workers who can be augmented much more with technologies. And the technological malleability means that we have those opportunities, but we're not using those opportunities. Now you can see that political economy and policy now becomes much more important. So Ufuk emphasized industrial policy. But to me, industrial policy is an interesting topic when especially we think about the direction of technological change. Not picking winners in the usual sense, but thinking about whether we are using this malleable technology in the right direction. Again, who benefits, who loses? I think those are the critical questions. Creative destruction has done an amazing creative destruction paradigm led by Philippe and Peter has done an amazing job in opening up this Pandora's box. We can open it further and let it go even wilder. Thank you.
Thanks, Daron. And Richard Blundell, you're next.
Thank you. Let me just share. Okay. That's a good start. Okay. How does that seem, Peter? Okay. Ooh. Can you see the slide? Okay. Great. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. It's great to be part of this wonderful conference to celebrate Philippe and Peter's work on creative destruction and tribute to Emmanuel as well. I echo everything that's been said so far. I was thinking, of course, this is we almost perhaps the creative destruction of Philippe and Peter we're celebrating. Certainly my experience working with them over many years now is this to and fro between empirics and theory, which has been pretty exciting. Data suggests, theory retorts, data rejects, and so on. And it's been a wonderful experience. And what I wanted to do here in a few minutes is have some reflections on the empirical process. So the way I thought of this was in 3 parts. So I'm first, what's the attraction, from my point of view at least, in the creative destruction paradigm? How do we think of the empirical regularities and testable predictions, a bit like the ones you just saw from Daron at the end and earlier from Ufuk? I want to think about their role in thinking about the structure of the economy. And then the implications on the balance of policy prescriptions. And to me, the attraction, it's already been said, really. Part of the key is having a dynamic framework for incumbents and entrants. The key role of entrants and imitation in the dissipation of rents and driving the temporary position of winners and the stimulation of neck and neck competition. But as we saw in the discussion so far, it's the kind of key role as well of the defensive action of incumbents, I think is particularly interesting, with every incentive, of course, to maintain their winning position and restrict entry, eventually reducing innovation, increasing the persistence of inequality, and reducing social mobility. And that's the kind of theme across these. So I'm going to be brief. I want to take you back to the final decade of the last century when Philippe was my colleague at UCL. I should add proximity matters in initializing research. And it's always already been said how Philippe would would trail the corridor, well, exactly the same happened. And at the same time, with two other remarkable colleagues, Rachel Griffith and John Van Reenen, we were uncovering new empirical regularities about firm innovation, competition, and market share. I know Rachel is going to talk more about this later, so I just briefly touch on it. But I think it's an important way of thinking about how this evolved and how a fortuitous conversation with Philippe and the door open to his framework with Peter. Add to the mix the hungry young PhD student, I'm sure you'll hear more of Nick Bloom, and we were ready to go. The key point though, and I think Ufuk touched on this, is that the model needed work to line up with the way the data looked. And this was pretty interesting. Already it was beginning, but it clearly needed something that would bring in neck and neck firms within sectors, and that point that Ufuk made. And what we found from that, what Philippe and Peter and others developed, was this step-and-step model of the interplay between product market competition, innovation and growth, allowing firms in some sectors to be neck and neck and others to be laggards. And that really, I found that, as I say here, this new framework was compelling. And the key point would it stack up empirically? Well, that was all 20 years ago or more, actually. And with growing concerns about inequality, we recently revisited the Aghion framework. You can see, just looking at this, and in fact, the way Daron was speaking, the issue about the importance of winners, how long they hold their position, is a key feature of our worries about inequality and social mobility. So what we've been doing is kind of revisiting this and placing it in the inequality debate. And I wanted to draw on 4 predictions and think about them from this work. From the early work, the relationship between competition and innovation and the inverted U idea, the idea that more intense competition enhances innovation in frontier firms, but also the kind of idea here that innovation by both entrants and incumbents increases or can increase top income inequality. We've seen a lot of work recently placing entrepreneurs in the top of the distribution, but what's the role of innovation and how should we think about that? And then how should we think about entry and persistence? Entry barriers in this framework lower the positive effect of entrance on social mobility. And those are kind of 4 predictions. Of course, there are more, and you saw how these come out of this work. From an empirical point of view, this is kind of interesting. How do you take predictions like this to the data? These describe structural relationships between endogenous variables, clearly. They're not reduced form, clearly, but they're not fully structural either. They don't allow you to make a full structural counterfactual, but they can address key questions from creative destruction. And in fact, huge insights into the way the world works and what policies could work. And I think this kind of in between, I think Daron once called this a step-by-step estimation approach. Take structural functions and think that implied from theory, but not the complete model, and think about how they work. And the kind of key questions that we were trying to address and still do, is there an inverted U? Kind of what's the level of non-monotonicity in the relation between innovation and competition? Is the peak larger and the slope steeper in more neck and neck industries? You saw some of that with Ufuk. Is there a different impact of entry competition on laggards? And does lobbying restrict entry and reduce social mobility? They're kind of key questions. And if we can get a handle on these are the kind of things that take us directly to policy. I think some of the issues that Daron and others have already pointed to, I'll come back to those as I go along. But estimation here, speaking from an empirical microeconomist econometrician's point of view, face several challenges, and I put here that rarely keep theorists awake at night. And I don't think they really kept Philippe and Peter awake, but they certainly did ours. In fact, the kind of challenges here are enormous. How do we think about the empirical implementation of these? There are measurement issues, there are endogeneity issues, there are nonlinearity issues, and they're correlated unobservables. You can either think of this as a nightmare or as an empirical econometrician, certainly at that point, it's like all your Christmases coming at once, thinking about how to put these together. If you think of a few examples here, the measurement issues, the measurement of competition is clearly important here, and how it comes out of the theory. The one thing we probably not want to use and wouldn't want to implement using is a Herfindahl. And we thought a lot about that. Rachel might touch upon that in the competition session later. And in the end, we used a kind of average price cost margin, rather akin to some of the recent work on markups and competition. And that turned out to be a kind of key idea here, I think. But it's clearly endogenous. There are interactions here. These are structural functions, and we have to think about them. What can we use here? The restrictions of the model are not very useful at this point. Although it's a dynamic model, it doesn't really have the kind of key exclusions you get from a complete specification. And what we looked at here was how you can use policy reforms right the way through this, including now to the work on inequality, how to use policy changes external to the decisions making here, and changes by sector, by market, across, indeed across all these 4 predictions, to try and identify these structural relations. Non-monotonicity is key in the inverted U work, and you already saw that picture, and that's it. Dealing with non-linearity, non-monotonicity at the same time as endogeneity is quite a challenge, and one that we found pretty important here. I should add that none of these things, all these things turn out to be extremely important in those papers, and in the recent paper. If you don't deal with some of these, you get very different looking results, and I'll point to those as I go along. But I only have a few minutes here, so I wanted to kind of put these, the way we go from predictions through these structural relations, worrying about these empirical issues. Many of these are equilibrium relationships and really exist in an aggregate level, but everything we do estimates of micro data, micro panel data, exactly as Daron suggested, but doing things at the right level of aggregation. And you saw how the predictions work. It's worked out pretty well, actually. The predictions hold up pretty well. You saw the inverted U, the steepness of the curve. This is straight out of the early paper with Philippe and Nick and Rachel and Peter, and how the steepness is more in for firms in neck and neck industries. Also, the way the frontier works in this, and what we did here again was looking at the way firms near the frontier respond to entry from firms external to the economy. So foreign entry. And you can see that they're very different. Here we split using a TFP measure on those near and far from the frontier. And again, this links up incredibly closely to this prediction, and very compelling. If we jump forward, and I put the table here because it's kind of more detailed, I just want you to focus on the blue. Here we looking at innovation and entry and incumbents and top income inequality. The first point was to find that there's a causal link between innovation and top inequality. It's difficult to kind of nail that in a way, because you need to control for the endogeneity of innovation. And we do that using these appropriation committee instruments that Philippe has developed elsewhere and others. And it's kind of robust and it's quite interesting. In fact, it can't just come from the innovators alone. And this is where it kind of lines up with the way Daron was looking, and in the discussion of inequality with Otto and Xavier that we're going to move on to on Friday, we go into the detail of the winners and show the winners consist of all the owners, the entrepreneurs, and of course the skill complementarities and task complementarities that Daron mentioned. But perhaps one of the most impressive and important aspects of the creative destruction paradigm is this short and long run idea that we're going to develop more in the equality discussion on Friday. But the idea that, of course, existing incumbents have an incentive to keep entrants out and to reduce social mobility. And it really holds up in the data. When we look at the impact on social mobility, looking at the movement up from parent income up to the top quartile in this measure of social mobility, we find a stronger effect from entrants. And if we put both together, you can see it's entrants that dominate. And in the final column, we look at where there is above medium lobbying going on, and we find that the below median lobbying, I should say, and you can see the only impact, the strong impact on social mobility only really happens when you have low levels of lobbying. So in other words, as we thought in that initial prediction, in a sense, lobbying slows down social mobility and makes the inequality that comes from creative destruction more persistent. And so this creative destruction paradigm developed by Philippe and Peter on the interplay between theory and empirics is really reaping returns. I only picked on some historic ones and some recent ones. It's an attractive way of looking at the role of incumbents and entrants and the balance of policies towards innovation, inequality, social mobility, and more. Innovation can be too low, and inequality can be too high and too persistent, with incumbents restricting entry and reducing growth and social mobility. And there's evidence, of course, that this is getting worse, with incumbent firms and families gaining a stranglehold on entry and upward mobility. So can we get a better balance? Well, I'm going to not go into the detail here, but I think in an optimistic way, the empirics tell us how, the empirics of creative destruction kind of tell us how this balance depends on all these features. These are all features that we can interfere with and change with policy. And I've just given the set of them here, including the distribution of skills, of course. So on a final note, and optimistically perhaps, but if you're involved with Philippe, you know that you're always optimistic. These empirical findings on creative destruction, I believe, can help inform policy. They're already informing policy design in a way that maintains, even enhances the level of innovation, but with lower levels of inequality and increased social mobility. And this is really what's driving my interest in this research. So thanks, Philippe, and thanks, Peter, and thanks to the organizers of this wonderful event.
All right, so I haven't done my job entirely because there's a little bit of time stealing, so I have to make a decision here about not wanting to crowd too much the next sessions, but I just want to make a couple points really quickly, and I'll make sure my slides are available. One is that, a couple that people have already said, is that, I mean, there's like literally tens of thousands of citations to Philippe and Peter's body of work. And I think one of the reasons for that is that the work really ties to data on firms, enables us to kind of discipline the theory and develop the theory and interact it with policy by seeing lots of evidence on firms. So that's the other thing I wanted to say, was show you kind of like the classic fact from Davis, HALTIWANGER, and Chu, that underneath the aggregate relatively smooth employment growth of about 1% per year, plus or minus a few percent, underneath that, there's this massive reallocation that's constantly occurring. And it's really hard to understand this if you thought of innovation as being solely driven by incumbents going from one generation to the next of, you know, an Intel chip or an Apple smartphone or a car model. You wouldn't see this massive reallocation that's occurring. But basically, underneath the smooth surface, every 5 years, like 30% of employment is reallocated across firms, and the vast majority of it is occurring within narrow industries. So it's not just like education and healthcare rising and, you know, manufacturing, agriculture falling. It's within narrow industries, things like Netflix taking over from Blockbuster, Amazon from brick and mortar retail. So it's this kind of systematic evidence that the theory can tie to that I think has really helped it generate just a tremendous stream of progeny. And again, Ufuk and Daron and Richard, you got to see some preview of that. I guess the very last thing I'll say, and I had some more things about the evidence, but the very last thing I'll say is echoing what's been said before, is that not only is it empirically pervasive, we have lots of evidence consistent with creative destruction in this dynamism of firm market shares. But as everybody said so far, and you're going to see, you know, later in the conference, there's just policy relevance everywhere in terms of not just innovation policy, but antitrust policy. You know, as Daron said, that things like unemployment become inextricably linked to creative destruction. So then labor market policy comes in. And one of my favorites is, you know, trade policy, thinking about how trade causes lots of disruption and not only unemployment, but driving people out of the labor force, increased inequality. So creative destruction is essential for understanding that. If we just had this kind of smooth surface, or the kind of model where new technologies were just these incremental things that weren't creating a lot of disruption, we wouldn't have this fundamental trade-off involved. And of course, the political economy that several of you have emphasized as well. If everything was smooth, there wouldn't be this big conflict and this incentive of incumbents maybe to block entrance. Okay, so I'll stop there. But I also wanted to, I guess, maybe end by thanking Peter and Philippe for being so generous in the sense of always welcoming follow-up work and being open constantly to the follow-up work that their own work generated. They're some of the most generous and humble people among kind of intellectual superstars that I've ever encountered. So I'll stop there because I don't want to steal too much business from everybody else here.
Since we are a bit behind the schedule of 3 minutes, maybe we can move on to the next session immediately.
Good.
Okay,
Good. So
okay.
I think I'm the chair of the next session. I suspect that at the end of 4 days, given the richness of the discussions, will be 1 day behind. It will be a 5-day conference, not a 4-day conference. I recall a statement by Paul Krugman saying that there had been no progress in macro for the last 30 years. And I think that the topic of the session that I'm chairing is maybe the best counterexample to Paul's statement. I mean, our understanding of job flows, of worker flows, of a relation between the two, of a relation of job flows to productivity growth, the relation of worker flows to unemployment, has just, I mean, our understanding has just exploded. And it's very much a result of, I think, 3 teams. I mean, I'm going to be unfair to the others, but on the one hand, you have Philippe and Peter on the goods market for the most part, the job creation, destruction. Then you have Diamond, Mortensen, PISSARIDES as a way of thinking about the labor market and the flows there. And then you have this enormous amount of empirical work, which has been partly cited, but for me, dates back to Davis, HALTIWANGER, looking at the data on job flows, worker flows, and their various characteristics. And if I think about where we were, 30 years ago compared to today, it's just not the same world. So congratulations to all the teams, but including the one that we're celebrating today. The session is another example of overheating at Aghion, which is it has 3 papers to be presented and 5 panelists, and we're already late. So let's just jump into it. Let me invite the paper givers. So there are John HALTIWANGER, Francis KRAMARZ, and Gianluca VIOLANTE. And John, you have the floor, and I'm going to be very tough and try to limit you to 10 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Hopefully my slides are loading as we're talking. Everybody see, and you can hear me okay? Yes? Okay, great. So it's great to be part of this conference. I've learned a lot listening already. Olivier in many ways very nicely gets me started. And one theme from what I'm going to talk about in my 10 minutes is the data have gotten that much better. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the efforts in this work that looks at cleansing versus sullying. So I've already heard, as Pete just sort of nicely discussed, we know when we look at the pace of reallocation, it's hard to understand that without thinking about this paradigm that Philippe and Peter have been so strongly affiliated. I'm going to be particularly today about a particular piece of this discussion, and that's what happens over the cycle. And lots of discussion that's occurred over time about whether there's cleansing or sullying effects in terms of recessions, in terms of this ongoing creative destruction process. I'm going to oversimplify given time and say, in many ways, the cleansing versus sullying debate has often focused on very different margins, partly due to data restrictions. So the cleansing margin is very much focused on the job destruction, layoffs, and the flows into unemployment. Very much on the Diamond-Mortensen-Pissarides paradigm, where unemployment plays a critical role for reallocation. And the cleansing margin that people have been looking for in the data or shows up in their model is that recession increases the job destruction, particularly at the less productive firms. The sullying literature is actually focused on a very different separations margin that actually moves in exactly the opposite direction of the business cycle. I don't think, but as Olivier talked about, I don't think 30 years ago we knew it so well. We didn't have such good data. Particularly, we didn't have very good data on quits, and we certainly didn't have data on job-to-job flows. That's where we've actually made enormous progress. We've discovered that quits and job-to-job flows are highly pro-cyclical, and this has led not only the magnitude of these job-to-job flows, but the cyclicality has led to a whole class of job ladder models. In particular, it's folks like, there's a whole bunch of folks, I'm not giving enough credit, but like Mascarini and Post-of-an-A, amongst many others, that have developed these models. These models try to explain the fact that apparently, at least from the flows alone, that the job ladder collapses in recessions. And by that, I mean the quits and job-to-job flows collapse so much. So what are we doing today? And you're partly advertising, the data's getting better, is we can now not kind of look at all these margins simultaneously. And not only we can look at all these margins simultaneously, we can actually look at the origin and destination of the workers in terms of where what firms are hiring and what kind of firms are separating. And so that's what we're doing. We're going to use, not just tracking businesses over time. We're going to use matched employer-employee data that's longitudinally linked for basically every firm and every work in the United States over a substantial period of time. It's now been integrated with productivity data, and so we can start characterizing all these different margins and seeing which margins are important quantitatively and how are they linked. So particularly what we're going to do is decompose hires into poaching hires and hires from non-employment, and similarly separations that are occurring because your workers are being poached away, or separations to non-employment. And we're going to link all that to productivity. So I'm going to walk you through this just quickly. It's really a little bit of an advertisement of what the new data permits. So here I'm showing you what the worker flows look like amongst the top 2 quintiles of firms within the US firm productivity distribution. It's actually inside industries, but I don't have time to go through the details. So what do you see? Well, one is you see big gross flows. So these are quarterly rates, not annualized, so really big rates. But notice there's a systematic gap between hires and separations that's positive. That is, net poaching is positive at high productivity firms. And you can see, consistent with this idea that the ladder collapses, that gap diminishes substantially in recessions. And particularly as they focus on the gap, not the gross flows, but the net differentials, you'll see this is quite a large effect that you're seeing. In contrast, at low productivity firms, of course, they're the flip side. They indeed are losing workers on net to poaching, but the non-employment margins, that much more important for them in terms of, one is their own net growth, but you can see also in recessions, two things happen to these low productivity firms. One is, on the one hand, they stop getting clobbered by the guys at the top of the ladder. But on the other hand, we see a surge in separations to non-employment, and it's especially at these low productivity firms. That was sitting in the previous figure too, but we'll see in just a second as they put all these things together. This is especially dramatic at the low productivity firms. So I've already hinted that both the cleansing margins and the selling margins appear to be operative here, consistent with the previous observation. But now we can put these things together and both examine their magnitudes as well as their quantitative implications. So now what I'm showing you is I'm taking you those gross flows, and I'm going to look at net poaching differentials and net non-employment differentials. And so for the net poaching differentials, you can see, was sort of evident before, that indeed high productivity firms are poaching workers away on net from low productivity firms. You can see that number is actually quite substantial. This is a fractions of growth rates, but this is on a quarterly basis, not annualized. So this is actually quite a large net double diff and net poaching differential. You can see that indeed the job ladder collapses in the sense that net differential goes essentially to zero in the Great Recession at its trough. In contrast, it's actually the case that low productivity firms are actually doing more net hiring out of unemployment, but the big surge in non-employment, a surge in separations and non-employment actually works in exactly the opposite direction. It's actually useful to translate the gross flows and the net flows into changes in stocks, and you can see, not so surprisingly, that you get that indeed the way that what's increasing the share of high productivity firms is very much in booms is poaching, not the other margin, but actually these things reverse in the sense that in a recession the ladder collapses, the separations to non-employment at the low productivity firms. That's how they're to the extent they're gaining share, they're doing this. So obviously incredibly different consequences for workers. Because in the one case, it's a job-to-job flow. Indeed, actually, as we'll see in just a second, an increase in earnings in the other. And the other one's a separations to non-employment and persistent implications after that. We can actually translate this into indices of productivity and earnings per worker growth. And the left-hand panel does this for productivity. And given what I've already shown you, it's not so surprising because you've already seen the particular patterns of shifts in employment via the poaching margin versus the non-employment margin, and it's not surprising that you're seeing the patterns on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is critically important, but also but you could say that much more a surprise. It's being driven by the fact that high productivity firms are high wage firms. So the patterns we're seeing on the left very much translate into the patterns on the right. I'm going to talk just in a second that the magnitudes are actually quite different, but nevertheless qualitatively the same. You might say, okay, well, maybe what's going on here is that the high productivity firms have the best workers and the low productivity firms have the low quality workers. And so we're partly getting what we often know as low skilled, low quality workers flow into unemployment more readily. That's true, but actually we show that this pattern on the right is robust, so using what's called an AKM decomposition, and actually the firm effect, this is actually being driven. So high productivity firms are high AKM firm effect earnings firms, and low productivity firms are low. So I'm basically out of time. I wanted to stick really closely to time here. So what's my message for this one today? One is I think, like Olivier said, there's been an enormous positive back and forth between folks like myself. I'll say in many ways developing the moments from richer and richer data sets over time, and then there's huge teams all over the world doing this, along with the key theoretical teams, and Aghion and Howitt obviously are one of the pillars of this. Out of this particular paper that I'm telling you about, I'm showing you that the cleansing and selling margins that both look to be operative, and then kind of the message from us moment generators to you theorists out there is, okay, we need models where both of these margins are operating. We don't want just the diamond more simplicity margin where the matching function just has V and U. We need a richer model of the frictions that take into account all these job-to-job flows. But on the other hand, the non-employment or the unemployment margin is quite important. I'll stop here.
Thanks a lot. We move to Francis. I don't know, I don't see you, but I assume you're somewhere.
Somewhere
Yes,
in Paris.
you exist, it's great.
Yeah, that's good. It's comforting. Thanks, Olivier. Thanks, Philippe. First, let me tell how this is an honor to be part of this conference, but more important, it's a pleasure, which should guide us. And that clearly guides Philippe. I know less Peter, but clearly pleasure is one thing that matters. Okay, so for me, I'm not going to talk about creative destruction and labor, but I'm going to talk about what does it mean, innovation for labor. We've heard Daron, and in some sense, you would think about technology. That's a classic response. I will try to give here a different one, which is related more to different things. It could be technology, like Uber bringing a new model, or institutions that change, say the Hartz reforms. And for me, this is unbundling, this is the innovation, this is the opening of markets. Okay, so this is joint work with Oscar and Philippe. This is focusing on the results and the empirical stuff, but I need to present you some elements about what's going on. So I've been really trying to think over the years of what it is, the old world in some sense. In the old world, the skills were bundled. You were hiring persons. Workers had multidimensional skills, and they were used. So if you adopt, again, ACEMOGLU's framework with tasks, workers use their skills to produce various tasks within firms, and firms, they're all heterogeneous, these workers, and firms are also heterogeneous because they have different production functions. And there are missing markets. Missing markets, it's the old world. There is no market for each separate set of skills. And workers cannot sell their skills separately. And this was, interestingly, first studied and mentioned by Mandelbrot in '62, and then studied at a second stage by Heckman and Sheckman in a very hard for me to understand paper in the Review of Economic Studies in '87, very important one from my viewpoint. So we've been revisiting this paper, trying to revisit other things that people like Ilse Lindenlaub have been doing, Eckhart and Kircher. And what we're trying to do here is really to think about what it is that is changing stuff. What's the Uberization? And this is what we're trying to do. So we're going to focus, the big picture here is we're going to focus on the matching between workers and firms, the bundling shape, workers sorting across establishments and wages, and Unbundling changes workers' sorting and wages. Who are the winners and the losers? That's the questions. And let me jump this. So we start from this, what we call CK. It's pretty pretentious, but that's Philippe and myself. So take a world which is far from the PISSARIDES, Diamond Mortensen world. It's a world where there is no job. There are firms. And this is for us essential. So firms produce, and the production is not the sum of each job's production. First, you aggregate skills, then you produce, very much like in a classic production function, say CS, for instance. This is a world, very simple world, with no search frictions, no wage bargaining, perfect information, no agency problem. Tasks are the inputs of the firm's heterogeneous production functions, and tasks are the sum of the firm's worker skills. Then there's no market for individual skills, and the question is, how do workers match to firms? And we show that the sorting takes place rather than an absolute. With the jobs, you would be absolute advantage. Here it's workers' comparative advantage, help understand the sort. And the equilibrium outcomes will depend on the number of specialists relative to generalists. So generalists are those that are strong in both skills, if you have two skills. Specialists are those that have one skill overall and one of the skills, but more than the others. And then you have this kind of matching equilibrium between workers and firms. Workers are heterogeneous, firms are heterogeneous. You can even show, for those who are excited by this, that you can derive a structural wage equation a la AKM, which is totally unrelated. There's no identification coming from mobility, but it's just a feature of the problem. So there may be other reasons for having these kind of equations in real world. In unbundling, that is, you open markets. What do you see? You see that surprisingly, maybe for many, generalists are better off and specialists worse off. We could talk about this and why. And interestingly, polarization takes place. That is, specialized firms tend to specialize further, something that seems to echo some elements that the business people tell us about what's going on in life. You focus on your strength. Okay, so now let's go to the empirics, which is what we do here. We use the great Swedish data sources, and here we have data on cognitive and non-cognitive skills for men, Swedish military draft, born until the military was not suppressed, and you measure for each skill, cognitive and non-cognitive, on a discrete 1 to 9 scale, and things were extremely well done. So then you can define C specialists, that is cognitive specialists, non-cognitive specialists, and generalists. You can define high, mid, low level abilities using the sum of their skills. And you can use co-worker specialization, that is, how do the specialization of your co-workers look like? So what we study here and what I'm going to present is the sorting of workers across establishments. The relationship between sorting and wages. Sorting is really about where do workers work, not focusing on the matching, which is really the full problem, including firms' productivity. And we look at the cross-section and the evolution. Okay, how, in fact, innovations have had an impact on this sorting of workers across firms. Okay. So what are the results? So you can, by using simulations, comparing absolute and comparative. So absolute would be typically what you get in Linden Lab type of papers using jobs. Comparative is exactly what we have. We show that firms sort workers according to their ratio of cognitive to non-cognitive skills. Okay, firms that are super strong, need a lot of cognitive skills, are going to hire more workers that are C specialists, and firms that are non-cognitive strong because they need lots of non-cognitive skills, they're going to hire workers that have a comparative advantage in non-cognitive skills. Okay, and you can show that indeed in the data, C specialists work with the C specialists, generalists work with generalists, high ability workers work with high ability workers, and over time, and this is fascinating, you see that this separation, this sorting increases through time, which may be something we all understand and all have an intuition for, but that's something we find in data in Sweden, our favored country. If you look at returns, that is the wages, it's interesting to see that returns to specialists, cognitive or non-cognitive skills, are higher when the co-workers are also specialists in the same skill. That is the sorting, and this is a feature of the equilibrium wage schedule that we derive with Philippe Chonet, is that the sorting takes place in the comparative advantage. That is, the firms select all workers that have the same ratio of C over N, that is cognitive over non-cognitive. The theory is not fully supported in the data, but still, this is something that you see. And importantly, because that might have been something surprising, through time, through an expansion of markets, again, think about outsourcing, think about the increase in Uber drivers, that is, you were hiring people that were both drivers and, I don't know, gatekeepers in the plant. Now you have a market for driving skills. You don't hire workers anymore to do this kind of jobs, you just subcontract. That changes the whole allocation, and those who benefit from this are the generalists. Because the wage is convex, they were in some sense those most harmed by the bundling constraint. Remember that bundling is a constraint. You cannot sell your skills separately. Okay, and if you have lots of skills of both types, you're the one who's most harmed. And the relative wage of generalists grows over time, and this is pretty clear and pretty strong. So let me conclude, and when I started to think about this, one of my main goals was to think about something which I find missing in most of the literature on labor. Firms. Firms don't exist in labor. You have jobs, you don't have firms. For one of the first times, I wouldn't say the first, the theory we have here gives a strong role to firms, and this is due to the structure of production functions that is fully heterogeneous. And we have lots of results, so both on the theory side and also on the data side. And what we want to do is to look at the matching of workers to firm, that is to think about productivity measures. We've seen with John that high wage workers go to high wage firms. High wage workers and high wage firms were in some sense working in high productivity firms. We have the same kind of results here from a totally different source. Indeed, what we'll try to do is to recover the firm's production technology. And what I think is interesting also from a methodological viewpoint is that we're using newly developed mathematical tools related to optimal transport. And my ultimate goal when I started this project was to do something, I would call that a new field, but that's when I become drunk and became so arrogant à la française. For me, it was about creating labor IO. I do believe that if you want to have firms in labor, we need to have labor IO, a creation of labor IO, to think about how do firms interact with labor in a way that is more than having jobs that are aggregated, but more than that. And I think it's an interesting step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Last paper presenter is Gianluca VIOLANTE. Gianluca, all yours.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. All right. Okay. Well, as everyone said before me, I'm absolutely delighted to be part of this conference to remember Emmanuel and celebrate Philippe and Peter. I wrote my first paper after grad school with Philippe and Peter, and I still remember vividly working with Philippe, working through the algebra, actually literally pencil and paper on sheets of paper, and then faxing the paper to Peter, who then waiting eagerly for his feedback, his comments, and his criticism. So since then, technology luckily has improved a lot, which brings me to the topic of this presentation. This paper that is joined with Adrian, Nick, and Simon, and is part of a research agenda that we're developing on firm and worker dynamics in frictional labor markets. So the starting point of our research is the observation that US growth seems to have slowed down significantly over the past decade or so, as you can tell from this figure, dropping more than 1 percentage point annually from the last 50 years to this decade. And we want to sort of ask the following question. We want to ask, what is the impact of a growth slowdown on the labor market in the presence of frictions to labor relocation, in particular search frictions? And we'll work with a framework which is quite rich. It incorporates endogenous growth, multi-worker firms, endogenous entry and exit of firms, job relocation, worker flows, and importantly, on-the-job search. And we also have direction for the direction of poaching flows, something that John discussed earlier, and obviously unemployment. What are our key findings? So we find that actually the model predicts many of the key facts about declining labor market dynamism observed in the US and documented by many of the participants to this conference today. And we also uncover something new, which is perhaps a silver lining. It also predicts a fall in labor misallocation. Okay, I'm going to explain exactly what I mean by this later. So the paper obviously connects to many branches of different branches of the literature, but first and foremost, the really seminal contribution by Philippe and Peter, their 1994 paper on growth and unemployment, which explains how how growth has this kind of offsetting effects on unemployment and can trigger sort of a important labor relocation in the economy. And here's this paper, which I really loved in grad school, and I read so many times. It also connects to something that has been discussed by Gordon, Bloom, and co-authors, and a recent paper by Ufuk. We're going to think of basically the slowdown in growth as ideas being kind of harder to find. We have obviously something to say about the declining business dynamism. And methodologically, our paper builds on a previous paper of ours, which develops this framework with on-the-job search, multi-worker firms, and curvature in the revenue function. That is sort of challenging methodologically, and I'll explain how we deal with this challenge. So let me sort of plunge into the model. The model is a continuous time model. There is a measure one of infinite lived workers. They are exactly equal. Heterogeneity, I think, is going to add a lot of really interesting dimensions, but not today. Workers have preferences over a continuum of varieties. Varieties are fixed for now, a fixed size M. Gamma is the elasticity substitution among varieties. Workers supply one unit of labor to the labor market. They can be employed or unemployed. And when unemployed, they receive a transfer from the government. The labor market is frictional in the tradition of Diamond, Morse, and PISSARIDES with random search. Unemployed meet vacancies randomly at some rate. Also employed search on the job. Unemployed lose jobs either exogenously at rate delta or endogenously when firms are hit by negative productivity shocks. Vacancies meet workers at some rate lambda F and are costly to create. Now, these three rates, lambda U, lambda E, and lambda F, are all functions of aggregate market tightness, which is the ratio of vacancies to effective job seekers. And vacancies and job seekers are combined to this classical constant to scale matching function, which sort of summarizes all the frictions in the labor market. Turning to technology, each firm in the economy is a monopolistic producer of one of the M varieties, and we denote by N the number of workers, and Z the idiosyncratic productivity, which follows a geometric random motion. Output is just a product of Z and N, And the revenue function, you can see, you can work it out, is sort of a concave in employment. And I'm going to come back on this concavity in a little bit. Because of the labor market frictions, adjustment of labor is costly, so the firm problem is obviously fully dynamic, and we also have endogenous firm entry and exit. So how do we generate endogenous growth in the model? Well, we're going to take the view, it's a little bit like a la Lutmer, 2007, that new entrants pay a cost to draw a productivity, say an idea, from a transformation of the incumbent's productivity distribution. Okay, and there is this key parameter psi, which is the strength of imitation, which determines the endogenous productivity growth rate, mu, in the economy. The model generates creative destruction in the sense that an entrant replaces an incumbent in producing one of the varieties. And so there is destruction of jobs and destruction of an exit of firms, which is endogenous. The model will be calibrated to the recent US economy, the last decade or so. And the experiment we're interested in, again, we're going to trace the effect of a change in this ease of imitation, strength of imitation, on equilibrium allocation. In particular, we're going to think about a decline in this parameter psi. And so what are the key effects that you get from this comparative studies? Well, you get the two sort of canonical effects from Aghion and Howitt, 94. You get the capitalization effect, so streams of output are discounted at a lower rate, and you get the creative destruction effect. So costs grow faster than revenues for incumbents, and that leads to job destruction and exit. So you have this kind of these offsetting effects on unemployment. But you get sort of an additional effect, which is a sort of a third effect, and is a location effect, which is sort of novel and is kind of due to the combination of frictions and the multi-worker firms. So essentially, when growth is fast and firms are displaced quickly, they tend to remain further away from their frictionless optimal size. And that leads to an increase in this allocation. So let me spend like 1 minute literally on the model solution, because there's a methodological innovation there. So the challenge with this economy is that the state space tends to blow up once you have a nonlinear revenue function and on-the-job search. Okay, the reason is that on-the-job search generates heterogeneous outside options for worker, and so in principle, to solve this problem, you have to keep track of the entire distribution of wages. That's in general. Okay, our approach to deal with this challenge is to think of all decisions within organizations as being privately efficient. Okay, so as we show in our previous paper, all the allocative decisions, basically entry, exit, vacancy posting, all worker mobility decisions, can be obtained from the joint surplus generated by the firm, which is the owner of technology, and its incumbent workers. Okay. You need some conditions to get to this representation, and we do that through a contractual environment, which we think is a natural extension of the sequential auction framework of Postel-Vinay-Robin, with multi-worker firms. Now, this representation has sort of three appealing properties, although in principle it's a complex problem. In the end, there's a very parsimonious state space, just productivity and size, so that the model is very tractable. The economy features an endogenous job ladder in marginal surplus. So there's a rank of firms which are ranked in terms of marginal surplus, the surplus from hiring an additional worker. And actually, we obtain two canonical models in the literature as special cases. So with perfect substitutability among varieties, the revenue function is linear, and we obtain sort of the canonical one worker, one firm model of Postel-Vinay-Robin. And as frictions vanish, the equilibrium converges to like a standard competitive firm dynamics model a la Oppenheimer or Lutmer. So it's kind of a general framework that embeds these two standard models. So let me talk about some of the results. Here's the growth, how the growth rate varies with the strength of imitation. Okay, so we think of ideas being kind of harder to find when moving basically from right to left. Okay, the imitation strength, the ability of kind of finding an idea declines, and the annual growth rate declines. So what happens in the labor market? well, you get basically this set of results that suggest that slower growth, so again, you're kind of moving always left to right here, induces a diminished business dynamism, okay? You have a decline in job relocation, a decline in firm entry, an increase in the share of employment among all firms, and most importantly, you have a decline in the elasticity of employment to productivity. Okay? In a recent paper by Decker, HALTIWANGER, Jamin, and Miranda, it is documented that the decline in business dynamism is not due to a decline in volatility of shocks, but is due to a decline in the responsiveness of employment to shocks. And this is exactly what our model predicts. Okay? So the line of plots below shows the sort of a reduction in all labor market flows in this economy. There's a reduction in separation rate as you move right to left, a reduction in job finding rate, a reduction in job-to-job transitions, which is sort of in line with the data. But you see that kind of the unemployment rate doesn't really change very much, remains quite stable because you have these offsetting forces, but also because much of the relocation goes through job-to-job transition, goes through E2E movements, which is sort of neutral for employment. That's the kind of re-emphasizes the importance of having job-to-job flows in this class of models. As
Gianluca, try to finish within 1 minute.
Yes, I'm basically done. Yes, thank you. Okay, just my last slide before concluding. The last slide is sort of in the top two panels. I'm showing that two measures of misallocation. The standard deviation of marginal product and the correlation between size and productivity. And you can see that basically they both increase as growth increases. In a competitive model, the standard deviation of marginal product should be 0 and the correlation between size and productivity should be 1. And again, we're moving kind of in this direction here. They both rise as growth accelerates, and essentially, as I said, what happens is that kind of the frontier moves faster, but frictions to labor allocations are unchanged, so firms remain further away from the optimal size. So reverting the logic, in an economy with lower growth, on average, firms are closer to their optimal size, and there is less misallocation of labor across the establishment. Okay, okay, I'm just going to conclude. So. Through the lenses of a model that combines endogenous growth, firm dynamics, and frictional labor allocation, we argue that when growth slows down, firm entry falls and the employment share of all firm rises, all labor market flows decline, firm level employment is less responsive to shocks, but labor misallocation can be less severe. Okay, and what remains to be explored is many things. One, perhaps, that is interesting is the interaction between shock and labor market institutions in a cross-country perspective in the spirit of this canonical paper by Blanchard and Wolfers and others. And I'm done.
Thank you, Gianluca. I clearly had to let you talk about the next to last sentence. A bit late. Now, in typical Aghionesque fashion, there are still 5 speakers to come, 5 panelists. So we're going to do our best to say a few things. The first one is Simon BUNEL, whom I do not see, but maybe somewhere. Simon, are you there? You are.
Hi, Olivier. Hi, Mia.
Very good.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Actually, it will be joint with Xavier, so we'll get back to good timing. Okay. So hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be part of this wonderful conference in honor of Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt, and to present this joint work with Philippe, Céline Antonin from OFCE Sciences Po, and Xavier JARAVEL from LSE, who will do the second part of this presentation of our paper entitled "What are the labor and product market effects of automation? New evidence from France." So considering the effect of automation on employment leads to questioning the effect of technological changes on labor markets. And thus, from a historical perspective, one can wonder why major technological revolutions like steam engine or electricity did not generate mass unemployment. In this respect, we can think about the Luddite movement that began in the early 19th century in England and protested against technical change in the textile industry by destroying machinery. Or closer to us, in the 30s, the wave of electrification and the subsequent modernization of industrial plants that resulted from it led Keynes to fear a potential technological unemployment that could occur in the following decades. In fact, it did not happen. The answer to the question of the effect of automation on the labor and product markets has important policy implications. One that is often debated in the public space is the question of a potential robot tax. The idea of a robot tax, of a tax on robots, or more generally on automation technologies, was put forward several years ago by Bill Gates and was part of the socialist candidate Benoît Hamon program during the last French presidential election. It was also a proposition of the 2020 Democratic presidential primaries candidate Andrew Yang, and our analysis in the paper helps understand whether such a tax would actually be warranted. From a theoretical point of view, we could decompose the effect of automation into two antagonist forces, a displacement effect and a productivity effect. On the one hand, and by definition, automation is labor displacing at task level, we already saw that, in the sense that some tasks that were previously done by human labor are now executed by machines. This mechanism leads to a negative impact of automation on employment. But on the other hand, automation could induce productivity gains, lower prices, higher demand, and the need for implementing new tasks. This productivity effect leads to a positive impact of automation on employment. Think, for example, about quality control, which is a job that was created as a consequence of productivity gains due to assembly line invention in manufacturing industry. This trade-off illustrates a phenomenon of creative destruction at the task level, because automation may destroy tasks, but may create new ones too. What we do in our project is to assess this trade-off empirically to obtain the overall effect of automation on employment. To do that, we face two major challenges. The first is how to measure automation, and the second is the fact that the net effect likely depends on the level of aggregation. We will get back to this in a minute. Our main results are the following. We find that in practice, the productivity effect of automation on employment tends to outweigh the displacement effect. An increase in automation leads to a decrease in marginal costs and prices, which leads to higher demand and then higher employment. We find this result using plant level and firm level data from the French manufacturing industry between 1995 and 2017. More precisely, we find that at firm level, a 1% increase in automation at year T leads to a 0.2% increase in employment in T and a 0.4% increase after 8 years. We find that firm level prices fall after automation with an elasticity of -0.3 after 5 years. And we also observe a positive effect on sales, both domestic and export sales. As I mentioned at the beginning, in order to conduct our analysis, we had to find a way to measure automation. So the question is, how do we define automation? Basically, we rely on the Encyclopedia Britannica, which defines automation as the class of electromechanical devices that are relatively self-operating after they have been set in motion on the basis of predetermined instruction or procedures. The core of this definition is a bolded word, electromechanical, that illustrates the fact that you convert electricity power into mechanical power. Following this definition, we first define automation at plant level as the motive power or the peak capacity for motors used in the production process. And this measure directly relates to another one, now available at firm level, the balance sheet value of industrial machines. These two measures define a broader set of automation technologies than only industrial robots. This definition includes, for instance, this first machine from chemical industry, that's Sturz Chemical Solutions, or this one from paper industry, or assembly lines that are typically machines used in the food industry. Now that our measure of automation is defined, we can now tackle a research question. When a firm relies more extensively on automation, what happens to employment, prices, and sales? To answer this question, we first rely on an event study research design, and we actually perform two types of event studies. On the one hand, we perform a standard extensive margin event study. To do so, we keep the biggest investment in automation during the firm's life, and then we consider as treated the firms that are in the top 10% and could also be the top 25% or top 5% in terms of investment event. So this is a graph on the left. you see that employment followed the same path before the event in the two groups, and just after the event, firms that rely more on automation increase more their employment. On the other hand, in order to take into account the fact that many firms are adapting their level of automation technologies each year, we also perform intensive margin event studies, exploiting year-to-year evolutions of automation technologies in the firm. Here, we see that a 1% increase in automation at year T leads to a 0.2% increase in employment the same year, and an almost 0.4% increase after 8 years. We repeat this event study design to study export prices. We observe a fall in prices after automation adoption, meaning that prices decrease after a firm automated. And we also observe that sales go up after an automation event, consistent with the productivity channel I discussed a few slides ago. And let me now leave the floor to Xavier.
Thanks a lot, Simon, and thanks Philippe and Peter for the opportunity to talk and for this really fantastic lineup. So we're very grateful to be here and to have a chance to tell you about this research. So as you've seen from Simon, what we found, which to us was very surprising, is actually that employment goes up at firms that automate more with this event study approach. And many other papers actually have also found this in other contexts, in Canada, in the US, in Spain, in the UK at this point. And so now just one additional step we wanted to take is to use another research design to alleviate some of the potential concerns about the event study that we've looked at so far. So with the event study, as always, you worry about correlated shocks, demand shocks or supply shocks that might occur exactly at the same time as the investment event. And so maybe those confound the employment response. And so what we've done in this work is to go one step further with the shift share IV design. And to think about this, basically, back of our mind is that we would like to randomly assign the purchase price for different types of automation technologies to different firms. And so we approximate this with a shift share design that uses two components. You have shocks. Shocks are changes in the cost of machines coming from different trading partners. So for example, textile machines from Italy or China have different productivity shocks over time. Shocks component, and then you have the exposure component or shares, which here comes from the existing network of suppliers that different firms have. So if I'm already linked to an Italian firm that becomes more productive, I will be able to take advantage of that productivity shock. And so doing this, on the next slide, we find results that are exactly in line in terms of magnitudes with what Simon showed with the baseline design. So we find that as the use of automation technologies increases, so does employment at the firm. Sales also increase. Sales, in fact, increase more than employment. So value added and sales per worker tend to increase as well. But here our focus is that the overall level of employment, like total labor demand, is increasing. So that's looking at the focal firm. And then on the next slide, we now go back to one of the key themes: creative destruction and business stealing. So there is this focal firm that automates more, but that might be happening at the expense of its competitors. And so the event study here shows the change in competitors' employment in the same industry when the focal firm has this investment event with the same definition as earlier. And so here, indeed, we see that there is a fall in the employment of competitors. So that says that there might be a fall in employment, but through the business stealing effect. And so in the paper, what we find and illustrate on the next slide is that actually when you do the analysis at the industry level to include both the main effect and the effect on competitors, actually overall the effect still goes in the same direction. So in our data, employment goes up in industries that automate more. And here, just for the sake of time, we just show you the OLS, and we have the IV in the paper. And so here with the OLS, you see that there's a positive relationship, but this positive relationship comes from industries that are more exposed to international trade, where the mouse of Simon is hovering. And so we take from this that the business stealing effects operates at the expense of foreign competitors when we're considering industries that are more integrated into the global market and that compete internationally. On the other hand, if you look at industries that are more closed, the effect on net unemployment might be weaker. And so that's sort of the overall conclusion that we take here, which is that on the one hand, we see that automation increases employment more at the firm that automate, which again to us was surprising, but that appears to be a very robust feature of the data, again found at this point in other studies as well. And that's because of the increase in sales, and it comes from the reduction in prices that attracts consumers, so increases the overall output of the firm, and then in turn you have an increase in employment. At the industry level, we still find a positive relationship, but this mostly comes from industries that are facing international competition. And so the punchline here is that in a globalized world, taxing robots, if you do this unilaterally, that might in fact be self-defeating from the point of view of domestic employment. Perhaps you want to think of this at a global scale in a coordinated way, but to us, it was interesting to include the business ceiling aspect and international business ceiling in particular and bring this into the debate on automation. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, both Simon and Xavier. Is it Xavier? Yeah. I should say for people who don't know it that you just got the prize of the youngest, the prize for the best economist under the age of 40. So congratulations. I'll just ask one question because I can't resist. In the firms in which you see an increase in employment, do you actually have information about whether low-skilled guys lose and high-skilled guys gain, or you don't have that information?
Yeah, so briefly on that, the information we have is that actually everyone gains on average. We see an increase in employment, including for the low skill, but we suspect that there are still potentially important distributional effects. But to measure those, you need more granular measures of tasks. But it's not the low skill lose, the high skill gain. It's much more subtle.
Thanks a lot. I think the next panelist is Chris Pissarides. Chris, you have the floor.
Let me find some slides. Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Like everyone else, I'm really happy to be here. In thinking what I was going to talk about, because we're given a completely blank check, I was going through the slides that Gianluca kindly sent us. I was reminded of a conversation that I had in the early 1990s with Philippe about unemployment and growth, and he discovered a passage in my book that I have forgotten about, and I only wrote it because I was writing a book and not a paper. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been there, which comments about the impact of faster growth on unemployment, and it's the effect that they subsequently named the capitalization effect. And then looking at Gianluca's comments, and because of limited time, not due to me, but due to the previous speakers, I'm going to jump some earlier comments I have and over here that I focus only on that result. Looking at Gianluca's graphs as well as the theory behind it, what Philippe and Peter have in their 1994 paper, and then subsequently, as a result of the conversation, in fact, that I had with Philippe at the time, I wrote a paper with Dale Mortensen that was published in 1998, and subsequently an empirical piece with Giovanna Vallanti was published in 2007 that again, Gianluca reminded me of it. And what we show there is a higher growth rate, that all these models imply that higher growth rate raises the unemployment rate. Now, the labor supply, of course, is fixed in Gianluca's model in the slides that you've just seen. He circled with a color pen every result except for this one that came right at the end of his collection of results. And that's the one I want to talk about in the 5 or so minutes that I want to take up. Now, of course, the reason that there is some controversy in the sense that there is something interesting to say about growth and unemployment is that there are these two opposing effects. There is a capitalization that works through discounting. Faster growth gives you effectively it increases subsequent revenue from the investment that in job creation that you do. But then there is the creative destruction of Aghion Howitt, which involves exit of jobs or firms and entry into unemployment. And the subsequent entry follows in real time, and therefore unemployment goes up through creative destruction, but it goes down through the capitalization. Now, there are two effects that have an impact on the quantitative importance of these. The first one is endogenous interest rates and shorter job durations, which mitigate the capitalization effect. Endogenous interest rates because higher growth rates might lead to higher interest rates in a steady state growth model. And shorter job horizons simply that the firm doesn't discount over a long horizon, so it gives you a smaller capitalization effect. On the creative destruction side, if technology is embodied in jobs in the way that in the Solo model is, then of course creative destruction becomes weaker. That's essentially the model that I have in my books, the Solo growth model with unemployment. And there is no creative destruction effect. The only effect that remains is the capitalization, and that's why I get that faster growth increase reduces unemployment. Now, what about the numbers? Well, when you close the models to an equilibrium search model, what you find is that even at constant interest rates and a lot of embodiment of technological change, as long as it's below 100%, given the usual job durations that came out of the work that John HALTIWANGER with Steve Davis and many others since then has done, essentially quantitatively, if you try to calibrate the model, the capitalization effect almost completely is always almost completely dominated by the creative destruction effect. So essentially what the model says is that the impact of growth on employment should be negative because of the creative destruction effect. But then when we look at any estimate, the estimates always come up positive. You know, starting with the productivity slowdown of the 1970s, there's a rise in unemployment both in Europe and the United States. Productivity slowdown was blamed for it. You saw in the empirical work that we did, that I did with Giovanna Valanti's unemployment falls when growth is faster. It seems to be a robust result. I do remember, in fact, a conversation that I had with Dale. That was in 2007 that I did it, and I was telling Dale about this result that I found. I said to him, whichever way you calibrate the model gives you that faster growth should increase unemployment through creative destruction, which is obviously there, but empirically it always comes positive. So he looked at me with a smile and said, well, what are you going to do about it? And I said to him, nothing, I'm going to leave the area and hopefully someone else will get in and sort it out. And in fact, then I moved on to the structural transformation, which of course is also related to the creative destruction of Aghion Howitt, but the two literatures seem to have evolved independently. I mean, Daron has done work with Veronica and later with Strepo that shows that structural transformation I did with Rachel and Guy and subsequent work, and of course Richard Rogerson and so on. But I don't think any of these papers show the relation with the Schumpeterian models, although they do mention Schumpeter, in fact, quite a lot, and maybe a marriage there is due. Now, why? Let me then go back to the unemployment impact, and then why is that the case? You know, why do the models show that it's negative effect? And it's basically what I said. It's mainly the short job durations. If jobs are destroyed after 2 or 3 years on average, that's not a long horizon to discount and have a big discount effect. The second reason is the response of wages to unemployment. And if you look at the models in our models of the equilibrium wage equation, then there is a big impact of the rise of unemployment on wages, in the English wage equation, for example. Now, the capitalization effect. Now, we can reason as follows. Suppose there is a faster growth, there is a strong capitalization effect to begin with, that reduces unemployment, but then immediately wages rise. That stifles further reductions in unemployment. And this is basically related to the cyclical behavior of unemployment in these models, what's become known as the Scheimer puzzle, in the sense that wages are too responsive to unemployment here, and they work against the capitalization effect, which essentially says against the positive impact on employment that faster growth, that productivity shocks will have, even when they are steady state shocks. So we seem to be having here a kind of growth unemployment puzzle as well that says that creative destruction should be so strong when it comes to the impact on unemployment that in the Aghion-Howitt model and the subsequent variants, like the ones I mentioned with Dale and VIOLANTE that we did and other models, why are we get this strong positive impact on employment from growth, and yet empirical estimates are strong in the opposite direction? And the question is why? So that's an open research question which hasn't been done at all. Now, of course, since then we've had a lot of work on technology and employment. We just had a great presentation by Simon and my colleague Xavier at the LSE. Congratulations, by the way. I did see the great prize, the French prize that you won. And many, many others. Daron talked about that as well, others before. But these are partial models. They don't close the model with unemployment to see if that has any different results of the impact of growth and unemployment than the original Aghion-Howitt, comparing creative destruction with capitalization effects. I stop there, and I hope some of you young researchers looking at this tell us the answer to this puzzle of the last slide. Thank you very much, Olivier.
Thank you very much, Chris. Next panelist is Alexandra Roulet.
Let me remove this. Someone will have to throw me out. Okay, that's good.
Good. Okay, you're on.
Okay. Oops. So first of all, I'd just like to take 1 minute to honor Philippe also as an advisor. So I know we're here to honor the intellectual contribution of Aghion and Howitt, but Philippe is also a tremendous advisor. Many of us in this conference have been his former students. He's always there for advice, for good advice, with his enthusiasm that all of you know, for new ideas, new projects, new people. I think this really makes a difference in the profession. So I just wanted to start by highlighting this true value added of Philippe for many of us. And then on to the topic of the panel. So I'm going to talk about the cost of job loss, which is a topic I've often discussed with Philippe. And I'd like to start with a quote that Philippe cites in his latest book. The quote is from Anne Case and Angus Deaton. I'm going to read it. The problem is that Schumpeterian creative destruction is not only creative, but destructive. It eliminates jobs. Sorry? The problem is that Schumpeterian creative destruction is not only creative, but destructive. It eliminates jobs that used to exist, throwing workers into an increasingly hostile labor market and with an inadequate safety net. The lives and communities that were supported by those jobs are put at risk, at the worst, leading to despair and death. So I'm taking the quote a little bit out of context, but just to reflect on how much the safety net, in fact, is important to think about the cost of job loss. And more specifically, I'd like to think about the extent to which we should think about the cost of job loss as a given, something that can to the extreme leads to despair and death, and that we should weigh this against the benefits of higher growth, etc., or whether there are policies that allow to mitigate this cost without at the same time limiting the turnover itself and its growth enhancing effect. So, so that's just a few thoughts I'd like to offer on this question. It's not trivial to estimate the cost of job loss because it has at least two components. So the first one is the easy part, which is the income drop. People lose their job, they lose income. That's easy for researchers to estimate. That's also easy for policymakers to ensure. Most countries have unemployment insurance. But then there is the more tricky part, which is the non-pecuniary part. In some models, this aspect will actually be modeled as a positive thing, which is the utility of free time, free leisure time. But as labor economists, we tend to think about this as something mostly negative, because when you lose your job, you lose your self-esteem, you lose a structured schedule. However, it's hard to quantify, and it's even harder for policymakers to ensure because of this difficulty to quantify it. So one way that researchers have tried to get at this is to measure the health cost or the mental health cost or even the mortality cost of job loss, with this idea that it gives a comprehensive measure of the well-being cost of job loss. And here, what I find interesting is that there's a very vast literature on this. A lot of the time using mass layoff or planned closure to try to look at job loss that would be exogenous to people's health. And the results are somewhat mixed. So the seminal paper by Sullivan and van Basten in 2009 in the QJE is showing that male manufacturing workers who lost their job in the 1982 recession in the US really were much more likely to die in the year following job loss than a control group. So there was this huge adverse effect on mortality in this setting. And then there's a lot of subsequent work that I cannot cite in the time that I have. And of course, there's going to be difference in exactly the type of outcomes, the type of methodology, the definition of treatment and control groups that could explain the difference in results. But I think most importantly, all these papers are looking at different settings, and this could be a very big mediating factor. So when I look at this question in Denmark in the more recent years, what I find is that exogenous job loss also lead to very big earning drop for manufacturing workers, but because of the generous social transfer system, actually the drop in disposable income is quite limited. And when it comes to health or mental health or mortality, there is really no effect. So, and most of these are very precise null effect. So if you look, this is just showing you the difference between a treatment group that loses his job in year 0 and a control group. You see that when it comes to earning, we have, even in Denmark, the classical pattern that has been found in most work, that of course there's a drop in earnings, and people who are affected by these job loss never recover their earnings fully. So you see even at year 6 years after the events, there's still this scarring effect. It's even bigger for manufacturing workers who are the most affected. They are in blue on this graph, in contrast to the people who would be losing their jobs in finance or ICT, which have a smaller earning effect. But in Denmark, when you look at disposable income, which arguably is going to be what matters at the end of the day, the drop is much more limited. So even for manufacturing workers, the drop in income is only 6% upon job loss, and there's much less sectoral variation. So even manufacturing workers, so at the worst affected, which are the manufacturing workers, even them, they only lose 6%, and for the other workers, they just lose 3% of income. And then when you start to look at health, for instance, mental health, so probability to purchase antidepressant, anti-anxiety, etc., you see really no effect. There is just nothing happening. And also you can look at a more broader measure of health, etc. So the one question is, what could be specific about Denmark that would explain these results? And I cannot really tell you what comes from the fact that there's a generous unemployment insurance, active labor market policies, or public health insurance with universal coverage. It's probably a combination of all this, but at least it suggests a kind of existence theorem, in the sense that it just suggests that it is possible to make the cost of job loss negligible. And so in contrast to the kind of pessimistic quote with which I opened, that in some settings, job loss can lead to death and despair, you can also have some settings where job loss can actually be almost a non-event. And so that is trying to end on an optimistic note, which I think is very much in Philippe's spirit, that yes, of course, creative destruction creates winners and losers. The critiques of creative destruction are going to highlight the very big cost for the losers, but with an adequate set of policy, you can still have the positive effect of the job turnover and yet mitigate the negative effect of the job loss. That's it.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. It's now my turn. So let me share. It turns out that my remarks are very much a follow-up on what Alexandra has been talking about, which is that on the one hand, and creative destruction is great for consumers, but on the other hand, it is not so great for the workers who lose their jobs. And I'll be honest, I thought that Philippe's book could have said a bit more about this. I think it's a big issue. And so what I tried to do was to do a very, very rough exercise, which was to get a sense of magnitude, the benefits and the costs. And it's a crazy endeavor, but the kind of things you can do when you're a discussant and you don't have to prove anything. So let me just try. So on the benefit side, clearly productivity growth is due partly to creative destruction. Actually, mapping creative destruction to productivity growth is not absolutely obvious. Clearly, we should, I mean, the decomposition of productivity growth by people like John, HALTIWANGER and others, look at productivity growth due to net entry, productivity growth due to reallocation across establishments, and productivity growth due to within establishment. And I think that the proxy for creative destruction is probably net entry plus reallocation across establishments. But it could be that even within an establishment, it leads to some layoffs, and this should be taken into account. But that's the measure I'm going to use. I have, with the help actually of John, looked at the literature, which I don't think has converged on a number, the share of productivity growth, which is due to creative destruction. We clearly know much more about manufacturing, and my sense there is that the share is probably something, if you take net entry plus reallocation divided by total productivity, then you get about a third, 0.3. But there are estimates which are higher, estimates which are lower. So if you assume that, then you make the following computation. So you take 0.3 of the average labor productivity growth from 2000 to 2019, which is 1.9%. And this says that the productivity growth you get from creative destruction is about 0.5% of GDP a year. I'm sure we can discuss and have a large band, but I think it's a useful number. Now, on the private losses, and that's exactly where I was talking about, except that these numbers are for the US and not for Denmark. You don't want to look at all layoffs, because some of the layoffs, just are personal and don't have major implications for workers. You'd like to look at mass layoffs. We don't have quite that statistic, but we have something which has been constructed by Steve Davis and Von Dacta, which is displacement. It's basically layoffs in firms which lose more than 30% of employment over 2 years, workers with at least 3 years of tenure, and I think that's more or less it. And in the US, that's about 3.5% of employment a year. So these are the people who suffer. What is their private cost? Well, that's exactly what Alexandra was talking about. In the US, it's much larger than in Denmark. The PDV of the loss of earnings is about 1.5 to 2.5 years. That comes from the period of unemployment and the fact that they get jobs which are not typically, which don't pay quite as well as the old job. It's worse in recessions. That relates to the paper that John presented. But the average is around 2. Another point that Alexandra made, it ignores the psychological costs. So there's a number of surveys which basically ask people how likely they are to be laid off in the near future, which must not be very good for morale. And there's one Gallup poll which says that 15 to 30% of people think that they might be laid off. There clearly is a psychological cost, which I'm not going to take into account. So if I make a simple computation, I look at the people who have who are displaced, who have 2 years of, they have lost 2 years of labor income, and I multiply by the proportion of them, and then I get 4.2% of GDP. 2 years, 0.6, which is the ratio of labor income to GDP, and 3.5%, it is a proportion of people who actually are displaced. So that's a very large number, but you don't want to compare it directly to the productivity growth, because the productivity growth happens every year. So you get 0.57 one year, and then you get 2 times 0.57 next year, and so on and so on. Where the 4.2 is something you get every year. But the basic conclusion is that it takes, and this is a simple way of summarizing the results, it takes 7 years for the productivity increase due to creative destruction to offset the private losses of the people who lose their jobs because of that. And that's, I think, a major issue. And indeed, in that light, we have to think very hard about what we can do. And again, Alexandra showed that there are countries which seem to be quite good at it. But it's clear that professional training is of the essence, really of the essence. And then the geographic location of activity is also central, which is clearly one of the major problems of these large layoffs, is that they take place in those small cities or towns where the new firm, which is going to create job, is not, and they suffer a whole lot from what happens to them. So I shall end here. I shall stop sharing my slides. I shall look at the time. I shall see that we've done decently. We're not very late, but there is no time to take the questions, of which there are a few. And I give back the floor to, I don't know, Philippe or somebody. Philippe?
Thank you very much, Olivier. And thanks so much for the, I will take these numbers that you provided us with for the next edition of my book, and to keep working on this. I don't know, Martin, is Martin helping? Yeah. Is Martin there?
Here I am.
Oh, Martin, you are there. Okay, excellent. So it's, well, the session was, we don't have time for questions. I think we have 2 minutes for questions. So I don't know, is there, we should move to the next session then, I guess. We take a break. So let's take a break and we resume in 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Great session.
Okay, I think we are ready for the next session. Our chair will be Martin Helwig. Martin?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for having me at this conference and at this session. At the time, of course, I was the editor in charge of the article in question, and the only reason for accepting the paper was to ensure that I'd be present at this current event. Actually, one referee was quite skeptical at the time, saying that this paper, Aghion, Howitt, Econometrica, was a victim of creative destruction. Already, because it had been, in some respects, superseded by Grossman-Helpman, which of course had a remarkably fast publication process at the review. I never managed anything like that. So you're lucky, Philippe and Peter, that the editor at Econometrica did not believe in the destruction part of the message. The referee in question did raise a very serious issue, and I'm going to put it here because I don't see room for it anywhere else, which was, what about excessive growth? The paper mentions that there is a possibility of having too much growth, and why is that? And actually clearing that up was one reason for the delay. And the answer given by Philippe and Peter was actually very nice. Namely, if you pull the researchers out of occupations in oligopolistic industries, there'll be a wedge lost in those oligopolistic industries. And if that wedge is large enough, that can mean that incentives to pull people out of production management into research can be excessive. Grossman-Helpman had attributed the possibility of excessive growth to business stealing. But a student of mine, Christoph Klingen at the time, argued very simply, it can't be business stealing because the consumer surplus benefit is always bigger than the profit loss. So the student found that in fact it was the reason was due to an aggregate demand externality having to do with wealth going down if research accelerates and benefits from incumbent monopolies have a lower present value. Interestingly, the decrease in wealth was the market clearing process in a situation where real wages were fixed by Bertrand pricing. I raise this point because I think it has been underestimated in the reception of this literature, that once we look at macro models, we need to take account of the general equilibrium interactions, and they matter. Of course, this session is going to be wholly about micro and about competition. So this is why I put this stuff ahead. Being chair, of course, moral hazard commands that I speak last. We have two speakers, Rachel Griffith and John Van Reenen, and then 5 discussants, Rich Gilbert, Ariel Paques, Thomas Philippon, Patrick Ray, and myself. The speakers have 10 minutes each, the discussants 8 minutes each. So I don't know, Rachel and John, who wants to start?
I'm starting, thanks very much.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I'll just share my screen. So, so I want to start by thanking John and Ufuk very much for organizing this great conference. And And of course, to Philippe and Peter for both their big intellectual contribution and their great personal contribution to many young economists, including myself. So this is an advert for a popular survival video game called Creative Destruction that has the slogan, "Build the best, break the rest," which I thought very nicely summarized Philippe and Peter's work. So I'll start with that. So economists since Adam Smith have generally argued that more competition encourages innovation. But if we look back into what theory said a long time ago, this was much less clear. And in a completely oversimplistic way, we can juxtapose the kind of Arrow view and Gilbert and Newbery's model, which suggested that there was a positive effect of product market competition on innovation that was due to the replacement effect, which dampens a monopolist's incentive to innovate. And we can juxtapose that against the Schumpeterian view that competition can lower incentives to innovate ex post by cutting incentives to invest in R&D through reducing rents, and ex ante by reducing financial resources that firms have to finance innovation. And of course, several of the big innovators, such as Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, have argued that large profits are an important spur to entrepreneurial efforts. So from the early 1990s, endogenous growth theory aimed to formalize some of these effects of innovation on growth in macro models, as we've heard a lot about already. So the earliest endogenous growth models of Romer, Aghion, Howitt, Grossman, Helpman predicted that an increase in competition discourages innovation by reducing rents. And Romer's models did this in a relatively simplistic supply side that really had no role for firm heterogeneity or creative destruction, and therefore no way to investigate the issues of strategic competition. And what's really attractive, I think, is Ufuk gave a really nice description of, and others have talked about already, that the early Schumpeterian and quality ladder underpinnings of Aghion and Howitt, while they initially shared this prediction that competition discourages innovation, their underpinnings allowed for the possibility of firm heterogeneity. And this has made really possible the rich seam of empirical and theoretical work that we're talking about today that links industrial organization and growth through endogenous innovation. And in fact, the power of this model was recognized very early on in a 1994 in a much lauded speech, the then Shadow Chancellor.
Kannst ruhig ein bisschen.
Sorry, was that someone talking to me? No. In 1994, in a much lauded speech in the then Shadow Chancellor Gordon Brown in the UK, called for the greater use of post-neoclassical endogenous growth theory in policy. And we agree. And as this conference attests to, this theory has proved incredibly important, not only in the intellectual and academic debate, but also in policy circles, as we've already heard about. So at the same time as that literature was developing, the 1990s brought new panel data, new econometric methods, and more powerful computers that really opened up the possibilities for new research. And I was really incredibly lucky to join the IFS at that time. And one of the first papers I ever worked on was with Richard and John, where we combined new micro data with new econometrics and what at that time were very fast computers to study the impact of competition on innovation. And what we showed in that work was that on average, competition has a positive impact on innovation. So greater openness to trade increases the likelihood of higher number of innovations. And building on the work of people like Ariel Pekis and others, we also showed that higher market share firms benefited from innovation in terms of their stock market value, which was consistent with the idea that higher market share firms had incentives to preemptively innovate. And so that work attracted Philippe's attention. And I remember the actual first time I ever met Philippe, when he first came to UCL, the first thing he ever said to me was, "Oh, so you're the middle author." And that was referring to that paper. Not long after that, I had the great pleasure of teaching a course with Philippe on innovation and growth at UCL. And we had organized this in a rather unusual way, in that one week Philippe would teach theory and the next week I'd teach empirics, and we'd alternate. And after a few weeks, the students came to us and they said, whoa, what are you guys doing? You're completely confusing us, because one week you're telling us competition is a spur for growth, and the next week you're telling us that competition is dampening growth. So, you know, what's going on here? So in an attempt to reconcile the empirical evidence that seemed at odds with the theoretical literature, in the way that Richard talked a little bit about earlier, Richard Blundell with me and Nick at IFS got together with Philippe and Peter and built on their earlier work by Chris Harris and John Vickers. And so I looked up on the internet at what the collective noun for economists is, and apparently it's a surplus. So this surplus of economists proposed what's now called the inverted U relationship. So sort of directly inspired by that preemption literature of Gilbert and Newbery and Fudenberg and TIROLE, Aghion and Howitt and co-authors had extended their earlier models to allow innovation by both entrants and incumbents, as Ufuk described earlier. And so this meant that innovation incentives depended on the difference between pre and post-innovation rents, and not just on post-innovation rents, which had been the case in the earlier Schumpeterian type models. And so this allowed the possibility that you could have both the traditional Schumpeterian effects, where greater post-innovation rents encouraged innovation, but also that more competition might foster innovation if it reduced pre-innovation rents by more than it reduced post-innovation rents, thereby increasing the incremental profits from innovating. And as Ufuk explained, in this line of work, innovation is assumed to occur step by step. That is, an innovator can't move too far ahead of the lagging firms, due, for example, to kind of knowledge spillovers. And that's a sort of very important insight and maybe nice aspect of the modeling that allows you to get quite useful predictions from the model. And so what this means is that there's two kinds of sectors in an economy: leveled or neck and neck sectors where firms are at technological par with one another, and unleveled sectors where the leader is one step ahead of the competitor. And when firms are neck and neck, an increase in competition reduces their pre-innovation rents, and then so they have a strong incentive to innovate. And so those firms have an incentive to compete for the market to escape competition in the market. But when a market is unleveled, so that innovation is made by the lagging firm, their pre-innovation rents are low, so increasing competition doesn't have much of an impact there. And what increasing innovation does is reduce their post-innovation rent, which disincentivizes innovation in kind of standard, what we call a standard Schumpeterian way. So thus, an increase in competition on average has an ambiguous effect because it depends on whether industries are leveled or unleveled. And so the inverted U in this model arises because the fraction of sectors which are neck and neck is itself endogenous and depends on equilibrium innovation intensities in the different sectors. And so when competition is low, a larger equilibrium fraction of sectors involve neck and neck competing incumbents. So the overall, the escape competition effect is more likely to dominate the Schumpeterian effect. On the other hand, when competition is very high, the Schumpeterian effect is more likely to dominate because a larger fraction of sectors in the economy will have innovation being performed by lagging firms. So when you put this together, you get this predicted effect, which is the inverted U. So what people have asked me questions is, what does this inverted U imply for policy? And I just want to really emphasize what it does not imply at all is that competition policy should be lax on firms with market power. It does suggest that at high levels of competition, it might be important to weigh up sort of potential dynamic efficiency losses versus static efficiency gains through tough antitrust policy. John Vickers put this very nicely in a speech he gave when he was head of the UK Competition Authority, that there are times when you might want to focus more on competition for the market than competition in the market. But importantly, it says this range may not be nearly as large as previous theory had suggested. And it also suggests that it may be important to consider the impact of market liberalization and tough competition on industries that are lagging and on the winners and losers. It's not necessarily the case that these industries should be protected, but we should understand that we might want complementary policies to deal with the displaced workers, for example, as Daron was talking about and others have talked about. So since that paper was published, there's been a large literature that proposes both complementary and contradictory theory models, some of which we've heard about and I'm sure we'll hear more about. There's also a large number of papers that provide empirical support for the inverted U and evidence that challenges its robustness or relevance in certain settings. Rather than go through those, I'm just going to leave here this nice quote from Michael Pender, which was the introduction to a special issue of papers that were entirely dedicated to testing the relevance of the inverted U. So I'm going to hand over to John now, but before doing that, I just wanted to say what an enormous privilege it's been to work with Philippe and Peter, who are both incredibly clever, but also incredibly generous with their time and brain power. And it's really been quite a privilege to do that. So John, over to you.
Thank you. John, it's your turn now.
Great. So I'd like to thank the organizers for putting me on the program. Oh, I am the organizer. I have to thank myself. And I'd like to also thank, one of the things about working with Philippe, I don't know if people have mentioned, it's just a lot of fun. I mean, just in terms of pure enjoyment, you get a lot of enjoyment from working with Philippe. So I'd say that's one of the real delights of our long partnership together in various papers. Okay, so what Rachel and I tried to do in the second part of this paper or chapter is to think about some of the applications and extensions of the kind of Aghion Howitt framework to thinking about different areas. And I'm going to talk very briefly about 3 areas. Competition policy, which has been touched on quite a few times, trade policy, and particularly around the China shock, and then something on kind of structural IO models of innovation and competition. So first on competition policy. So, increasingly, issues around innovation are first order when we think about lots of areas of competition policy, and that's for an empirical fact that more of the economy in all countries has shifted towards more high-tech, digitally intensive, high R&D sectors where innovation issues really loom large. So, some of the work I've done with David Alter and Larry Cass and others has kind of helped document the kind of increasing degree of concentration that we've seen in many domestic product markets around the world, and in particular in the kind of digital sphere, the kind of so-called GAFAMs, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, where these companies have market values which are larger than many countries. So, innovation issues really are important of the competition policy. And as Rachel said, many of the lessons from the kind of Aghion Howitt framework can be read over to competition policy. So thinking about competition for the market, not just in the market, the traditional argument, one would often hear for those of us who've been involved in antitrust cases is that, in terms of, say, a merger, it's often argued that although this may create static losses for consumers, there's a kind of long run dynamic benefit because of Schumpeterian effects. So, that's the classical Schumpeterian effect, but there's these many countervailing effects, and the particular countervailing effect that we have to think about, I think is very important when we think about many of these mega firms, is to guard against the risk that incumbents can do actions which disadvantage potential entrants that could in the future become competitive threats for them. And that can be, here's 2 examples of that, would be abusing a dominant position by doing things like degrading the degree of interoperability that a dominant platform might have with other potential rivals. And I started doing this in the kind of Microsoft case in Europe, and increasingly many of these large digital monopolists, it's data which can act as an essential facility and then enable many dominant incumbents to keep out potential rivals. And I think Richard made an important point earlier on. So this goes beyond just thinking about product markets. It's an issue for thinking about society as a whole. We need some degree of inequality to reward, to give rents for incentives. But if you allow dominant incumbents, very powerful, rich people, to make it harder for the next generation of entrants to come in, by reducing social mobility or by reducing the ability of getting in potential entrants, this can be a really harmful thing. Another example would be thinking about merger and acquisition activity. So allowing, say, an incumbent to acquire a startup which could have potentially developed into a future independent platform competitor, even if it had a very small market share now, can be quite harmful. So think about Facebook, Instagram, for example. That was an example where Instagram had a very low market share, Facebook had a very high market share. But, you know, you may, on static grounds, you may not worry about this. On the dynamic grounds, you might worry quite a lot about it. Even worse, sometimes after the merger or acquisition, the startup's innovation might remain completely undeveloped, killed off by the incumbent. This is this killer acquisition idea that Cunningham and others have noted in the pharmaceutical industry. So the inverted U has reached the you know, many areas. Kai Kuhn, when he was chief economist of the European Competition Authority, you know, made the point about the inverted U. In particular, he emphasised that, you know, many cases might be in the upward sloping part of the inverted U, which actually is important for thinking about the presumption for why competition might be very important for innovation. And what can we do about it? So Jean has a very nice paper which we've discussed. I think, you know, thinking about future competition is one aspect for this. A second thing is when we think about the standards or burden of proof around antitrust cases. You know, typically, and this is especially true in the US, going in front of a judge and arguing that, say, you know, there's a risk from a potential takeover of a smaller firm, it might become a platform competitor. It's extremely hard. It's hard to make a convincing case. But I think, you know, the burden of proof should be shifted more towards, say, a dominant digital platform to say, you know, that there is assurance that, or some degree of assurance that this is not going to take place, because the costs of keeping out those competitors could be very high. Another example of policy interventions around ex-ante regulation, which is happening in the UK and the Digital Markets Unit and the EU and the Digital Markets Act. And I think, you know, the reality is we're going to need, and this is a lesson actually from organizational economics, again, that Philippe and Jean have worked on, you know, having some degree of an ongoing agency which acquires the information and capability to make ex-ante interventions in these different types of markets is very important. And, you know, I think, you know, we worry about capture, but we also, you know, in many cases, we need to actually acquire the amount of information we need to make intelligent interventions into these markets. So all I think they are important and come out of Philippe and Peter's work in one way or another. A second area I'd like to mention is on trade policy. So, you know, one of the ways of actually changing competition is through reducing trade barriers. And, you know, we're going to hear in the next session from Steve Redding and Mark Melletz on the multiple ways in which trade can actually have an impact on innovation. One of those ways, of course, is through directly increasing competition. So lower tariff barriers, technology which reduces transport costs can have an important effect on competition. Perhaps the biggest change in my lifetime I've seen here is China. So China is this major exogenous shock to Western product markets through policy choices made in China. This has led to massive increases of Chinese imports around the world, particularly after WTO accession in 2001. I and with Mirko Draker and Nick Bloom and many other people have looked at some of these. What we did in this 2016 paper is using kind of the firm level panel data Rachel mentioned, is we constructed various kind of exogenous instruments based on cross-industry variation in terms of the different hits of the reduction, the changes of quotas, which happened because China got access to the multi-fiber agreement. We found a big fall of jobs. This is the destructive part, which people worry rightly about. But we did find that that was systematic. So the jobs and the activity which were lost were in low-tech industries and low-tech firms, and jobs were reallocated towards the more high-tech firms. But the other interesting thing is we also generally found an increase in innovation within firms. Firms which are more exposed seem to do more innovation as well as have higher productivity in IT. Interestingly, work by David, also my co-author, looked at the same thing in the US and actually found the opposite result, found negative effects on innovation. Lots of reasons why that might be. We've looked in other papers and found using the same type of instrumentation strategies in Europe as in the US, that doesn't explain the result. And I think the inverted U helps interpret the differences, because there's no one reason why you might see these differences is that in the 1980s and 1990s, competition in the product market was weaker in Europe than it was in the US. So this shock of China actually pushed you up that upward sloping part of the inverted U, whereas in the US, especially in manufacturing, already had pretty high competition. So you're on the downward sloping part of the inverted U. So the inverted U actually gives a possibility, understanding about why you can get different effects from different countries from a similar type of shock, which I think is important. Finally, in my last minute, I'm not going to have very much time. There's a very interesting literature of the last 10 years, which has been trying to look at structural I/O models, dynamic models of I/O, trying to incorporate R&D. And the nice thing about these type of models, rather than using cross-industry variations, actually saying within a given industry, model the R&D process explicitly at the first stage, as well as the later competition at the second stage. And the great advantage of the structural approach is that you can do explicit counterfactuals, you can do welfare analysis. You have to make more parametric assumptions in many dimensions, and it's much more technically challenging. I'm sure Ariel will talk about this. Dynamic models have a lot more complexities, but they have a lot of promise if we can do this right. And I listed just a bunch of interesting papers in a number of different industries taking different approaches, which is try to take a more structural approach to modeling the relationship between R&D and competition. I know my general sense actually in this is that many of these papers, although there's a lot of heterogeneity, do seem to be finding that competition increases generally seem to go together with positive effects of innovation. So I conclude maybe there's a bit more arrow than Schumpeterian effect of the positive escape competition effect. But as I said, all kudos to Peter and Philippe for kind of pushing this new agenda, and it's developing in many rich and interesting ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first discussant is Rich Gilbert.
Okay. Let's see, I will also share here. Okay, well, thank you very much. Really a pleasure to be part of this conference and to honor the work, tremendous work that Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt have done, both in microeconomics and in macroeconomics and growth and so many areas. So I want to talk about competition, mergers, and innovation, and in particular talk about applications for antitrust policy and build on what's already been set up and covered in large part by Rachel and John, but I want to add a few other things. So on the theory, I want to talk about stepwise innovation and a lot of fascinating papers that have been written by a bevy of superstar contributors here. Although I think of Philippe as the anchor tenant in this group of papers. And the stepwise model, as Rachel and John and others have described, brings together these two effects, this escape competition effect, which is really an inverse of the arrow replacement effect, and an appropriation effect, which is really reflects Schumpeterian appropriation. And it also, in addition, has this very important composition dynamic to it, where the consequences of escape competition and appropriation depend upon the state that the industry is in. And putting it together brings us the inverted U, which in many respects is the holy grail of competition economics. It's the holy grail because it really unites the arrow theory with Schumpeterian arguments, and it does it in a way that gives ample scope for antitrust enforcement, as John said, referencing Cayuve Kuhn. But what does the empirical evidence tell us? Well, the early empirical work on this area, very early, going back to the 1960s, found an inverted U relationship between market structure and innovation. But the more work that was done in this area, the more the relationship unraveled. And there have been some very sophisticated econometrics that have been applied to inter-industry studies. And they generally show that competition promotes innovation. Many of the studies don't actually look for a nonlinear effect, so it's a little hard to say whether there's the inverted U or not. There's, as John pointed out, there's an interesting distinction between the work by David Autor and his authors on China competition and John and his co-authors' work on competition from China and the UK textiles. And I was glad to hear John try to reconcile these two findings, but I'm still a little troubled because a lot of the empirical work shows that there's a very different effect of competition on industry leaders and laggers, which is exactly what you would expect from the stepwise innovation model. And I would have supposed that an argument would be that the US textile companies are relative leaders, perhaps compared to EU relative laggers, in which case I would have expected the opposite effect that John found. And I think this is still an area that we need to understand somewhat better. Now, we need more work in this area. And the reasons why: it's very difficult to control for technological opportunity, the endogeneity of innovation and market structure, and the reverse causality of it. It's hard to measure what really competition and innovation both. Patents are imperfect measures, R&D is an imperfect measures. There are differences in technological spillovers, the potential for winner take all, winner take most, creative destruction versus market stealing. There are a number of merger retrospectives that have been done, but they're hard to interpret because many of them do not control for merger propensity, which is very different, particularly when you're looking at innovation opportunities. Firms that merge tend to be very different from an R&D perspective than those that don't. And of course, the data is censored because we only look at the mergers that escape antitrust review. There's another point that I think is worth mentioning, which is that studies rarely distinguish between concentration in production and concentration in R&D. Concentration in R&D affects the ability to suppress innovation, but product market concentration can understate or overstate concentration in R&D, and therefore is a highly imperfect measure of the ability to suppress innovation. Now, product market concentration can affect the incentive to suppress innovation through an arrow replacement effect or a Schumpeterian or perhaps a preemption argument. But there's no corresponding incentive effect if the innovation does not coincide with the market in which you're examining product market concentration. So, this is an area that I think needs a lot more attention in the empirical literature. So I'll talk a little bit about what does all this do for antitrust policy. And I'm going to talk about US antitrust policy because I know it a little better. And so let's begin with monopolization. Monopolization just has two elements under US Sherman Act. You have to show that there's monopoly power, and you have to show that it was obtained in some nasty way. Now, interestingly, there's no requirement to show an adverse effect on consumers. And that's because higher prices are presumed from monopoly. If you look at it, at least from an economic lens, that's the idea. Should there be a similar presumption that monopoly harms innovation? Well, I think yes. There's the arrow replacement effect. Of course, there are preemption of incentives and appropriation effects. But I think overall, when we're talking about a monopoly, the presumption should be in the direction of monopoly harming innovation. But it's also interesting that monopolization cases have not been decided based on presumed innovation effects. If you look at the classical cases, US versus Microsoft, the US and the States made many claims about harm to innovation. In that case, court never looked at it. It was not addressed. Now, what's going to happen, I think it's going to be interesting, what's going to happen with the US case against Google and the FTC case against Facebook. Both cases have been filed. Will that be different? I mean, these are cases where the big consumer effects, at least for most consumers, are on zero price services. So where's the price effect? Well, you can argue there's a quality effect, but it'll be very interesting to see how the courts deal with this. Now, mergers, again, the law is very succinct in this area. It prohibits mergers that may lessen competition or create a monopoly. Now, mergers can reduce innovation incentives under some, but not all circumstances. There's this argument, there are some antitrust enforcers that are saying that just as you have upward pricing pressure from, say, Bertrand pricing for differentiated product markets, just as you have that, you also have downward innovation pressure from a merger for the same reasons. You eliminate business stealing between the merging parties. But that's not so clear. I mean, if you look at the stepwise innovation market, and if you extend that to oligopoly, I've done that along with Christian and Erlen Rees. It does show that there is an inverted U, not just in the elasticity of substitution in a duopoly, there's an inverted U in an oligopoly. And then if you take the next step and apply it to a merger, you also get an inverted U in innovation from the merger. So you don't always have downward innovation pressure. However, it is difficult to find examples in which the innovation benefit from a merger more than compensates for likely higher prices. Now, there might be exceptions. Well, an example is the Gettler and Gordon's work on microprocessors. They showed that hypothetically, if AMD and Intel merged, there would be greater innovation in microprocessors, but the price would go up a lot. So maybe we might have a case where the innovation is the decisive issue. Perhaps if we're looking at accelerated innovation of patented drugs, or maybe a winner-take-all technology, somewhere where you don't have the price effects as being the dramatic consequence. And if there are price effects, the question is, what is innovation doing to the merger enforcement thresholds? So what does all this mean for antitrust policy?
Excuse me, can you please come to an end? You are already over time.
So is it going to be the primary determinant of antitrust enforcement? That's a worthy goal, but likely limited to special circumstances. Will it be a defense to otherwise anti-competitive conduct? That probably happens more than it should. I think the most likely consequence is that we might see additional support to prohibit anti-competitive conduct, particularly under some circumstances. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. The next discussant is Ariel Paques.
Rich, you have to stop screen sharing or I can't.
I figure I had to do that. Let's see, where am I?
There's a, no, I don't know. It's on the top, there's something usually that says stop.
On the top of the overall screen.
Yeah, it's not. I'm sorry about this, folks.
Now maybe you can share your screen.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
It says this will stop. Okay, continue. Okay. Okay, good.
Got it?
Continue. I don't know. Let's see which one, where am I? Yeah, here it is. I got it. I don't know if it'll come up.
It's the creative destruction of screen sharing.
Yes.
It's there. Can people see it? Okay, so thanks for having me here at this celebration of Aghion and Howitt. A lot of what I was going to say has been said in various places, and I'll try and just focus on what people didn't say. It's pretty clear that creative destruction and technological change more generally is, one of the maybe the most important driving force of changes in society more generally. Actually, I started my whole research career doing this, and then decided that in order to make progress, I had to go back and find out industry details and work on some empirical methodology, and I never really got back to it. So the one thing I did learn is that technology, history, and the nature of demand generate differences, and that across industries, and that it's very difficult to understand what happens in any given industry without knowing something about its technology, history, nature of demand, etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk, so John mentioned briefly industry studies. I'll talk a little bit about that. Rich mentioned antitrust. I'll talk a little bit about that too. And I also want to make some comments on this literature on increasing concentration. Okay, so let me just say, I'll go quickly through it. So it's right what John said, empirical work on industries has been relatively successful at getting static pricing effects, but reasonably not nearly as successful as doing dynamics. If you ask even the analytic and the computational theory on dynamics, the most notable thing about this literature is it illustrates that a lot can happen. And even in very simple environments. And in the environments we're dealing with aren't simple. There have been some advances made, particularly in product repositioning, where product repositioning, for those of you who aren't IO economists, is existing firms reposition their products in response to environmental changes. The reason that that's been easier is it makes sense to use a two-period model to analyze that, especially, at least if there's not fixed cost to product positioning. In many industries, there aren't that many. So we have done some work on that. For example, there's a paper by Chris Noskow that shows the Core 2 Duo was a chip that Intel put in that revolutionized the computer chips. And it showed that, the way they made money is they emptied out the middle of the chips and just put in very high end and very low end. People had to go to one or the other. And if they couldn't have moved things around, they would not have made the money that was needed for the investment in the chips, okay? And Woolman shows that if you put in product repositioning, the GM and Chrysler truck, the bailout of GM and Chrysler wouldn't, if you analyze it without repositioning, you would get very bad welfare effects. If you analyze it with repositioning, people would reposition and the welfare effects would essentially go away. Let me say the one problem that arises in those issues is once you put discreteness in the choice set, there's an issue of multiple equilibria. So let me just say what we're trying to do is be able to do counterfactuals. It's possible most times to figure out what the equilibria was or the approximation to the equilibria was in the data. But for a counterfactual analysis, you got to figure out it's not in the data by definition. So there's some work that's been done, and actually the application of learning theory to IO has been quite helpful in that respect. Okay. The problem, and John brought this up, the problem going to richer dynamic models is this, and this was brought up before too, is the state space gets very large. And that gives you analytic problems. One thing is it gives you analytic problems for the researcher. The other thing is it gives you cognitive problems. It's hard to believe, if you really look at how serious the industry is, the details that you need to feed into one of these models, Markov perfect or Bayesian perfect, it's hard to believe that they're the best approximation to management behavior. They're just too complicated. There's no computer that can compute them. I'm sure there's no mind that can compute them. But, we have been making progress on that. What we've been doing is trying to get usable approximations to management behavior from the data. Okay, we don't give up on an attempt to maximize. We just focus in on what can be done. There are a lot of conceptual issues still to be dealt with. here's an interesting one that nobody I know deals with, but all the people who do science deal with, which is this diversity of technological path. Let me give you a real example. I was invited to the Air Force Academy to talk to the procurement officers at some point. And what happened there is when the Berlin Wall went down, there was a bunch of airline mergers in the defense industry. That's Lockheed's mergers in the next 2 years, but just virtually all the Department of Defense. The thing that happened is the Department of Justice just let the Department of Defense decide who could merge. And the Department of Defense decided that because they were cutting everything in half, they were going to let everybody merge. So they had this thing, there was a bunch of economists there, you know them all mostly. And the economists built models of this stuff, and they said, look, the real problem is in the bidding for the next major development project, there's only going to be one firm bidding on each of these things, and it's going to cost a lot. And the procurement officer said, we really don't care about that. What do we care about? This is Air Force. He said, one guy wins. The guys who are behind are never going to catch up because of learning by doing and various other things. What we want is a competitor there, because a competitor has to start on something totally new. And when he's successful, that's when we get an advance that isn't incremental. Okay. So the lesson here, I think, is there's an advantage to diversity, and it's most often not in our models. But the regulators should still pay attention to it. Mergers. So Rich talked about this, and I'll be quick. I think the one thing you want to notice is that the effects on innovation are going to differ by industry. Okay. So for example, I just read a thesis on the pharmaceutical industry. It was a reduced form analysis, but did the whole 21st century and followed every transaction in the pharmaceutical industry. Okay. And it said, and the result was transactions led to a small increase in FDA approvals and a 13% increase in R&D expenditures. And the reason it did is most of the transactions were characterized by scientific overlap between the acquired firms and the acquiring firms. And so, what was happening is the later stage innovation could be done by the bigger firms. They also had the production and marketing benefits. And the most efficient way to get this to market was for them to either sell the thing off or merge with the bigger firms. Okay, so that's a case where it makes sense to allow for mergers. I should note, on this stuff, on the relationship between R&D and output, we measure R&D better than we measure output, but even in industries where the output from the R&D is the clearest, and that's all the chemical industries, drugs, agricultural chemicals, just the fact that there's so much randomness in the outcome of the R&D activity, and the randomness doesn't average out. People are trying to do the same thing, and there's science there. So you can't just do the econometric trick and average over things. It makes it very difficult to figure out the relationship between R&D and output. And that's been one of the real problems in this field. Still, even though there are cases like the pharmaceutical industry where it's pretty clear that at least a lot of the mergers and acquisition were beneficial, I think there's good reason, and I think that's a perception in the literature, for worrying. The presumption is that keeping separate laboratories rather than allowing them together, unless there's a good reason, it's probably optimal to let them separate, keep them separate. Part of it's because of the benefits of exploring different paths. And this is historically, if you talk to the science guys, they're big on this. But also it's because if they are really successful, competition ends up bringing down subsequent prices if the research is successful. Monopolization. So Rich also talked about this. I think, and Rich said this, the big problem in doing monopolization studies is you don't know what a remedy is. Whereas when it's a merger alternative, they're going to merge or they're not going to merge. There's a question of how you would do a remedy if you actually came down on a monopolism case. I think a really interesting case is the Apple case. I'll tell you why. It's a platform which controls the apps that can be put on Apple hardware. The case for leaving them alone is, Apple did a lot of innovation and they should get returns to innovation. Moreover, if they control the platform, they control the quality and the safety monitor. Okay? So if you go back historically, this is exactly the same case that came up with AT&T. When AT&T came up, it said, look, we built the landlines, we should get returns to them. Moreover, we have Bell Labs, okay? And if you put anything on the landlines, you're going to destroy them. You know, there's a safety issue in putting things on the landlines, okay? So it was exactly the same issue. The remedies were sort of interesting. It started out with a registration and certification program, which said, you know, you could connect to the public network, provided you went through this registration and certification body and ensured it was safe. That went on for about 8 or 9 years. And then there was a breakup and Baby Bells. So we had 7 Baby Bells and they couldn't own an equipment manufacturer. That's what Judge Green said, okay? You know, in retrospect, you looked at it and you asked the people in the industry, what they said was, the perception is that innovation in equipment didn't slow down. Okay, there was a huge, you know, Ericsson came in, Northern Telecom came in, Hitachi came in. On the other hand, you know, we don't any longer have a Bell Labs, and you know, there's probably no research group that had a more, you know, a more seminal set of contributions of Bell Labs.
Can I ask you to also wind up, please? You're also over time.
Okay, let me just go to concentration. Okay, just a second. There's a literature, mostly Jan de Locker and his co-authors, that the largest 10% of firms, you know, have increased their share, and the labor share of their revenue has decreased. So they've gotten bigger, and their share that goes to labor gets smaller. There are caveats, but I think it holds out. I think the most interesting thing about this is the literature finds this increase in concentration in CompuStat and in census data. Okay, CompuStat is all multi-product, huge multi-product firms, and census data is broadly defined industries. The one paper that actually goes to product market concentration, which is this paper by Benkard, Yurakubu, and Zhang, has found decreasing competition at a product level. Okay, so if you go to the product, when they aggregate up to a sector level, they do get increasing concentration, but actually in product level markets, they get decreasing concentration. And, you know, the question is why, okay? And, you know, they explain it by a successful firm expands into products that are in related markets, okay? So I think if you're going to look at this stuff, you have to understand that the revenue growth can be from price increases, or it can be from growth in the quantity and quality of goods, or it can be a combination of both. And, you know, if it's a combination of both, you might think it's quality increases that help consumers. I think the disappointment in this literature is that we haven't really shown how much merger has contributed to concentration. And that's possible because CompuStat has a merger footnote, and it tells you when a merger occurred. Okay? And deciding when mergers occurred, you know, or where it occurred, it would give us a deeper understanding of what's really happening and what the role of antitrust policy will be. Rich talked about the negative effects of some of the innovation. So I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we must rush. Both discussions so far have gone 50% over time. I hope that this practice will not continue, or else the trade session will go on until midnight. The next discussion is Thomas Philippon.
Thank you very much. I will be on time. So first, thank you for putting me on the program, and it's a great honor to be there for Philippe and Peter. I want to give you a few ideas about how dominant firms have changed in recent years. So to me, the good example of product market competition with a mixture of creative destruction is the story of Walmart and Amazon. So if you look at Walmart, its market share was close to 0 in the 1970s, and it had this amazing growth from the mid-80s to the the few things are striking. First, it was, of course, IT driven. Second, it had a big impact on growth because quantification from the 1990s shows that retail trade productivity growth was maybe a quarter of total productivity growth in the US, and Walmart was half of it. So it's something is big enough you can see in the economy. It also happened with flat profit margins or slightly decreasing, which means that every percentage increase in TFP by Walmart ended up as 1% decrease in prices for consumers. So that's all sounds very good. The end of the story I also find very interesting. If you read the press of the early 2000s, there is lots of talk about antitrust actions against Walmart from both state level and from the federal government. And just at the time where you might have thought that something would happen, then Amazon came along and started to compete away all the excess, all the potential excess of Walmart. So to me, that's the perfect story of capitalism. And my main comment today is that perhaps we saw that in the past and we thought it would continue forever, and that was our mistake. So this is what happened over the past 30 years. So this is counting the turnover at the top of industry. So what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the either census or CompuStat, and I'm looking at firms either by revenues or market value, and I classify as one if it's a top 5 or top 2 or top 10 of its industry, and I just count the likelihood that it's going to remain there over the next 5 years. And as you can see, the probability of reshuffling, of dropping out of the top of the industry, which was something like 12% over a 5-year period, then went down to 8%. So it decreased by 50%. That's a huge drop in the likelihood of turnover. Another way to look at the same exact thing is look at the 100 largest companies by revenues in the United States, and just look at how many of them have been in the top 100 for the prior 10 years. So in 2000, 45 companies were in the top 100 every year between 1991 and 2000. Today, it's 71%. Okay, so again, a dramatic increase in the persistence of being at the top of their industry. So the story of fast turnover competition, this is the story of the 1990s. It's not so much true anymore. It had great benefits. So again, I think the endogenous growth model were developed in the 80s, applied in the 90s. They were applied at a time where this was the best case scenario for big firms boosting the economy. So this is a measurement of the contribution of the top 100 firms to productivity growth in the US, both via internal growth, what we call the Halton parameter, the Halton contribution, and via reallocation. Okay, and so the reallocation is in red, the internal growth is in green. The sum of the two is their total contribution. And in the late 90s, this was an astoundingly high number. This is 1.5%. That means that just 100 firms created 1.5% of aggregate US growth, okay, year on year. So that's probably where we got our intuition for how wonderful this can be. But the problem is that in today's world, this is not so much true anymore. The Halton contribution has dropped to essentially zero. The reallocation has picked up a little bit, but overall, it's still less than half of what it used to be. So the great firms of today are not so great anymore, is my takeaway. Now you might say, well, how is that consistent with the fact that they seem to still be growing? Yeah, of course, they are growing with the rest of the world. So, if you look at the market, if you take the revenues of AT&T compared to GDP of the US in the early 1980s, you'd get about 1%. If you did it with Apple today, you'd get about 1%. Yeah, but of course, Apple gets half of its revenues from the rest of the world. So the growth of this firm today is not so much driven by their own amazing efficiency, but most by the fact that they are globalized. And you can see it in this figure. This is the global stars. So these are the 100 biggest firms in the world, or top 20 by industry, or top 500. And as you can see, in the 1990s, we did see they were growing faster than the world economy. Since then, it's not true. They are barely keeping up with the growth of the world. Or another way of thinking about it is, these firms are growing fast simply because China is growing fast, not because they're outperforming the rest. So I think that's important to keep that in mind when we think about various kinds of policies today. And one way to perhaps first be on time for Martin to be happy, and also to Olivier with perhaps one idea is to think about this inverted U curve, and maybe in one way My sense is that, so if you think about the traditional inverted U curve, so it's a link between either innovation or growth or combination of the two as a function of the degree of competition. So let's say G for growth and C for competition. So the basic curve, as we saw that Rachel saw earlier, is like this concave function increasing and then decreasing. So of course, that means if you randomly allocate C across industries and you look at the data, you should plot this curve. But the vast majority of recent empirical studies, a bit like how Gilbert emphasized, find that we tend to be very much on the increasing part. Like we don't really see the downward sloping part. Maybe we saw it in the past, we don't see it today, or maybe it was never really there, I don't know. But in theory, there's no doubt it's there. In practice, we don't see it very much. And I just want to give you one thought that perhaps is useful or not, is that this could just be a political economy truncation. So now what I'm going to do is take this simple inverted curve model and add one little political economy bias. So G of C is concave, and of course the sign flips. But what is never changing sign is the impact of C on the value of the incumbents. That's always decreasing. So now suppose that because of political economy, direct influence, lobbying, campaign donation, pick your favorite, the planner maximizes some welfare function, which depends on the growth rate, but has some influence by the value of the incumbent. Suppose that's the model, and then you maximize over C. Well, then what do you observe in equilibrium? Suppose that beta is randomly distributed wide enough so that all possible cases are covered. So the starting distribution, you have the whole world, okay? And you could have all the possible combinations. The thing is, because G is concave and V is always decreasing, in equilibrium, that's going to be a truncated distribution, because you will never go past C star, where C star will be either the growth maximizing or the welfare maximizing, subject to the caveat that we discussed earlier, that growth may not be welfare. But here, imagine it's the same for 1 second. You would never go above C star, because above C star, both the monopoly and the government would agree that it's good for everyone to reduce competition. On the other hand, on the left, you would observe actual economies in that space, and where they would be would depend on the parameter beta in this world. So my hypothesis, or if you want, I submit this as a possible explanation, is that in the real world we don't see that much of the U curve, not because the theory is wrong, but because it's truncated by political economy concern, so that no economy ends up spending much time on the downward sloping part of the curve, because that's a part where the incumbent, who already have too much power anyway, would have the good argument to make that decreasing competition would be good for everyone. So in practice, we don't observe that very much. We spend much more time on the ingredient. So that's kind of one idea. And the second idea is that perhaps what we see today is that these global firms may have become too large to regulate at a purely national level. Because if you think that their firepower or their lobbying power is more or less proportional to either their revenues or their profits or their market value, that is definitely going to be indexed on the global economy. Okay, which means mechanically, even for the US, they're going to become large relative to their domestic base. And so even if you think that political economic constraints are constant over time, then that would create a drift towards welfare decreasing outcomes. Unless we make some progress in addressing global regulation and global antitrust, a little bit like we managed to do some progress in having global regulations for banks. It didn't come naturally. It came because we realized at some point we all benefited from a little bit of cooperation across border in banking regulation. Maybe we'll do the same for antitrust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Patrick Ray.
Thank you, Martin. Let me try to share the screen. This one. Thank you. This it's a great pleasure to be here, quote unquote. It would be even better to really be here in person. But it's really a great pleasure to celebrate Peter and Philippe and discuss the implication of this key notion of creative distribution for competition policy. I had the pleasure of interacting with Philippe and Peter over the years, and I actually had the chance to work with Philippe on a number of projects. And I must say it's really an honor for me to be here and to pay tribute to their numerous intellectual and personal contribution to our profession and to society. So this session is devoted to competition policy and creative destruction. I will focus more specifically on the implications for innovation. I will spend the first minutes on merger control before turning to other aspects of competition policy, including the notion, the impediments associated with the notion of relevant markets. If time allows, which probably won't be the case, I will make a few comments on the organization of R&D, both among firms and within firms. Now, let's start with a merger. There's been a revived interest for the role, taking into account the role of innovation in merger control, due in part to high-profile cases, such as the Dow-DuPont case, but also the debate on killer acquisitions that has already been mentioned, and the activism of big tech firms. Now, a merger certainly eliminates competition between the merging parties, but as emphasized quite vocally by Thomas O'Reilly at the time when he was the chief economist at DG Comp, this is quite different from the type of reduction in competition that has been usually considered in empirical work and has been described earlier by Richard London and Rachel. Indeed, a merger takes place in specific circumstances, and the mere fact that the firms have the initiative is a serious source of ingenuity and bias. Now, this revived interest has prompted a wave of research, including a nice paper by Rich that did not mention in his presentation, showing that a merger can reduce variety in R&D projects, and a recent piece by some of my colleagues that allows for general demand specification and provides a useful characterization of the key effects at work. But a common feature of these papers is that besides accounting for the usual UPP, upward price pressure, and potential efficiency gains, they typically focus on business stealing, negative externality that an innovative firm imposes on others, and it either ignores the positive externality stemming from technology spillovers or treats spillovers afterwards as part of an efficiency defense, which begs the questions that Martin raised in his introduction, which is, what do we care about innovation? Are we sure that we don't have too much innovation already? What should be the? And when I asked around me, what would be the good reference to address this question, all the fingers pointed to this wonderful piece by John, together with Nick Bloom and Mark Schenkelman, where they essentially look at the trade-off between business stealing and technology spillover, the positive and negative externalities that innovative firms exert on others, using a sample of US firms that they position on the product/technology space. And they find that technology spillovers actually dominate to the point that on average the social value of innovation is twice as large as the private one. So yes, we should care, we should try to encourage innovation. Now, of course, a particular merger need not reflect this average finding. And I find it, I would find it interesting to see to what extent their analysis could be used and applied to mergers, either by positioning the merging firms in the space that they are identified using the measures that they have defined, or possibly by focusing on merger-relevant type of sample that will focus on the types of firms that usually attract the attention of competition agencies, typically firms with some substantial market power, which is not necessarily the same as a size, because their market size may be on the way. Now, this I've been focusing so far on horizontal mergers, but the vertical ones may also affect innovation incentives. And indeed, thanks to the work of Oliver Hart, who is with us today, the problems may be a major impediment to innovation and investment. The idea being that the firm that invests has to send the cost, and then due to contract incompleteness, there might be some issues about exposed negotiation of how to share the proceeds. And it's also known that vertical integration can be a solution, natural solution to this problem, in the same way that it eliminates double marginalization problems. On the one hand, it can also eliminate other problems on the other hand. In a recent piece with Marie-Laure Allen and Claire Chambol, we stress, however, that vertical integration, while solving the problem for the emerging parties, may well create or exacerbate other concerns for their rivals. This can take the form of the integrated firm committing itself to being greedy, and we comment on a couple of cases relying on patent trolling. But it can also take the form of giving the integrated firm an incentive to sabotage the activity of its partners, making de facto the integrated firm outside, driving the integrated firm outside the set of reliable partners. So it reduces the set of possible partners to the other innovative firms in the industry. Now going now a bit beyond mergers, I'd like to briefly comment on two other areas of competition policy. The first observation is that it may be useful to ensure that innovation can occur on a component by component basis. We know, for example, from the work of Carlton and Wellman, that innovation may have to follow a ladder pattern, namely tackling first adjacent markets before challenging incumbents in their core business. The role of the Java platform as a possible alternative to Windows comes to mind as a new possible illustration in the context of the browser episode of the Microsoft saga. Likewise, we know from the paper by Choi and Stefanidis that it is more difficult to succeed in innovating in all segments at the same time. So a piecemeal approach, allowing would-be innovators to innovate in one and only one component may be useful. All this suggests that insisting on remedies such as compatibility requirements and bundling requirements, so as to prevent incumbents from raising the bar, essentially making an entry and innovation more easier, is maybe a good idea. The second observation is that is based on a recent paper with Jean, which is that it may be useful to allow firms to cooperate to some extent, in particular to cooperate so as to tackle double marginalization and royalty stacking problems that affect complements. The idea being that if you allow firms, for example, to agree on price caps, or mutual moderation, this is a kind of agreement that may improve the profitability of complements and may therefore encourage firms to innovate and develop complementary and socially valuable products, as opposed to innovating in order to develop business stealing substitutes. The idea being that price caps indeed can address double marginalization problems, but will not prevent competition to drive prices down in the case of substitutes. So it does affect differently the case of complements and substitutes. Which brings me to the next topic I would like to address, which is about this notion of relevant markets that is at the core of the traditional approach of competition policy. So the idea that you focus on a given market. The market is defined by looking at those firms that offer close enough substitutes. Now, in the digital era, this distinction between complement and substitutes tends to be somewhat blurred. Think of banking. The main source of competition for banks may not come for traditional banks with traditional business models, but fintechs or Amazon, firms that have developed other activities, but in the process they have collected data which put them in a good position to offer short-term credits, for example, to suppliers. And similar observations can be made for health insurance and wearable devices, or car insurance and the digitalized versions of the cars that we see appearing nowadays. Even when it comes to the digital giants, because of club effects or scale economies, two-sidedness, and so forth, it's not clear that a need-to approach, by developing close substitutes, is the most likely way of challenging those giants. Alternatively, addressing different needs, offering different services to customers may be a more successful, a more promising way of challenging those incumbents. I could illustrate this with a classic automotive segment. You take a segment, put an incumbent in the middle of the segment. We know that in the absence of price competition, which is a relevant assumption in the case of those giants, which they offer services for free, their revenue comes from ads. We know that an entrant would be best located. Would try to locate as close as possible to the incumbents, so as to steal away about half of the market. But if you have club effects, so customers care about joining a firm that has already a large enough customer base, this offering the same service without a customer base is not likely to succeed. Instead, offering quite different types of service may attract those customers that would be interested in this particularly highly differentiated service, which in turn may start the ball rolling and progressively allow the entrant to expand its set of activities and eventually challenge the incumbent. So this, I think, together with Ariel's comments on the fact that successful firms are expanding on related markets, may suggest that this may raise issues for competition policy, and particularly for merger control, where it calls for moving from market by market approach to an ecosystem approach, or maybe an even more holistic approach. By the same token, it also raises issues for the empirical work, which tends to rely, as we have seen in the previous presentation, on measures of proximity in product space. So that's what I wanted to say.
Excuse me.
I'm out of time, so I will stop there.
Wind up.
Yeah, I'm done.
Because you were also 50% over time.
I can believe that.
Since we started 5 minutes late, I'll use the 2 minutes of the 75 allotted minutes to this sessions for just a few short remarks. First, why creative destruction? Why not just creation? Is there anything that's different between an innovation that expands markets and an innovation that destroys other firms? Secondly, why is there no account of differences in opportunities? Many of the stories that we're talking about are stories from the IT industry over the past 30 years. Now, that's of course been an industry which attracted a lot of creative people and had lots of opportunities. But if that's the case, doesn't the empirical work suffer from a selection bias? What about input markets, researchers, preemption of competition by activities on input markets? Most of the competition analysis occurs in terms of output markets. I suggest that input markets, in particular for innovation activities, may be just as important. On competition policy, the desire to take account of dynamic efficiencies that goes back to at least the 1960s, probably much earlier. The real problem is procedural. How do you prove anything about dynamic efficiencies? And a model is not a proof. As the courts frequently show, in particular when they neglect all arguments about innovation and just look at the markets that they can see right there. It would be nice to extend the analysis of competition in innovation. And I think one of the other discussants brought out I think it was Rich, the importance of the difference between competition in innovation and competition in product markets. It would be nice to extend the notion of competition in innovation for domains where we do not really have markets. I'm thinking in particular of government procurement. The issue of procurement was touched by one of the other discussants in connection with defense providers, defense suppliers. We've seen it last year in connection with vaccines. How many vaccine developers do you want to have? Do you want to encourage? What governance do you have and what incentives do you give them when the money comes basically from the government? And it's not a question of market regime. Next point, complementarities and innovations seem to be extremely important. The other day I was in a museum and admired the complementarity between the invention of the printing press and the invention of techniques for making paper production cheaper. That sort of complementarity gives rise to coordination problems. Should we think about arrangements to deal with those problems as solutions to the coordination problems? Or should we think about them in terms of patent jungles intended to provide barriers to entry into innovation? Final point, as I see it, the competition area can benefit a lot from looking at the literature on intellectual property rights, because having different arrangements for intellectual property rights, in particular different constructions, is one of the key drivers of competition or absence of competition. And if I look at the cases that I've seen, the courts are not really up to that problem. On that point, I would like to end. And since we are over time, I think I should also close the session. Thanks to everybody, the speakers, the discussants, and of course, most importantly, to Philippe and Peter for having brought us here.
Thanks very much, Martin. I think Paul Antras is up next as for the final session of the day.
Thanks, John. Do you all hear me? Okay. Great. So it's a great honor to be here and to chair this session. We already heard earlier from Ufuk, from Pete, also from John, that this work on Schumpeterian growth has had a very clear impact in the field of international trade, which we're going to focus. So what we're going to do in the next hour is to try to illustrate this. So we have a couple of authors of a jointly written paper that are going to present. And then we have 5 discussants as in previous sessions. A quick note to the presenters and discussants. You all know the time you were allocated. I'm not sure I'm going to put as much pressure on you as Martin did in the last session, but I will say that I will treat whatever time you leave for me as a signal of your interest in what I have to say. Thank you. So Steve is the first speaker. Sorry, Mark is the first speaker.
Yes, here, let me put up my slides. Can everybody see those? All right. Well, again, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to both for the writing the paper as well as presenting here. It's a privilege and an honor to do so. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about some theory and some empirics. In the theory part, oops, I just realized I'm not at the beginning here of my slides. Here we go. For the theory part, I want to focus on this very special contribution that was made by this idea of escape competition for the literature on trade and innovation. And so there's been a lot of talk about this model of the escape competition, and what I'd like to do in the first part is celebrate what it has added to the trade and innovation literature. And so in particular, what I want to argue is that endogenous competition was something that was certainly not new to the trade literature. But what I want to argue and celebrate is how this idea of escape competition did bring a very new channel to that literature, a channel that really wasn't in what I'll call this quote standard unquote trade and innovation literature. And so the basic point is going to be that if you take this kind of standard model, that competition is endogenous because entry is endogenous, but then the impact on innovation through this particular channel is going to be unambiguously negative, and it's going to highlight this Schumpeterian market stealing channel. And so what escape competition adds to this literature when we think about endogenous competition coming from trade, coming from globalization, is going to be this ambiguity about the effect purely of this competition channel. And so what do I mean by a standard model of trade and innovation? So this is adding innovation to a model of trade that's going to feature horizontal product differentiation, vertical product differentiation, but importantly, that's going to be isomorphic, or it's going to have a single index of a firm performance. And innovation in these models is going to typically take this improvement in technology that's going to increase the single index of performance subject to a fixed cost, potentially stochastic. We spent a lot of time in the chapter reviewing this. I'm not going to spend any time on this here. The important point I want to make here is just this trade literature, this trade and innovation literature did feature this tension between positive effects of increased trade and globalization on innovation and negative effects. But the ambiguity, this ambiguity came because of these two channels, this market size effect that was driving the positive effect, and this competition effect that in these versions of the model were, in this literature, were unambiguously negative. Now, endogenous competition adds some very important nuances to this competition effect. And in particular, it's not just this standard competition is no longer going to be a proportional shift for all firms. It's going to affect firms with different performances differently, but it's still going to be unambiguously negative. If you think about adding, for example, and I'll talk about the empirical literature, if you think about adding a foreign entrant, the impact on innovation in this type of model is going to be unambiguously negative, though potentially different for firms with different performance measures. So think about firms with bigger or smaller market shares, or better or worse performing firms. And so what escape competition adds to this is just this competition channel can have this ambiguity. And so I have in the first part of the slides here a description of the escape competition, but that has been already discussed, previously. Ufuk and Rachel and John have talked about this already at length. And so I just want to celebrate how this really added something to the trade literature by pointing out that even focusing just purely on this competition channel, this impact that a foreign entrant is going to have on the innovation of incumbents has this fundamental ambiguity. That yes, it can discourage innovation as we had in these standard models, but also it can increase competition, this idea, this neck and neck competition. I love the picture of the 100-yard dash and kind of this idea of, is that foreign entrant, you know, someone that's going to come in and be ahead of you, discourage your innovation, or is it someone who's going to be right neck and neck with you, right behind you, if you're not Usain Bolt, close enough to you, that it's really going to really kind of give you that extra kick to escape that that competition. And this is something that I think has really added something quite fundamental to the literature. I know that Gianmario is going to talk more about that. He's done some very important work using that framework, that framework too. There's been a huge amount of empirical evidence, not only just on the escape competition part, but specifically the impact of foreign competition. John talked about that for the impact of Chinese competition. I started kind of building up the slide with more and more references, and I just kept realizing that I was forgetting some, and given the theme of the conference, I knew it was bad to keep forgetting that. And at a certain point, I just kind of gave up, took them all out, and I'm just going to talk about just one important aspect of this, looking specifically of the impact of foreign competition, which are the two papers that Philippe and Peter have written together with a bunch of co-authors who are in this conference. And really, what really struck me by this, and Richard already talked about this, is how it really contributed this interplay between theory and empirics that has really moved the literature forward. That there were the models and there were these empirical studies, including these two very important papers that really took the model seriously and highlighted some important effects of that, and kind of have pushed the theory further in a way that I think has been very important. So now I want to talk a little bit about my own work with Philippe. What I also kind of want to celebrate is not just the current output part. I want to celebrate the fact that he has created this technology, this investment that's going to generate a lot of also future output, and that he's created this incredible lab feature, bringing in the data, but even most importantly, bringing in a team of young and talented researchers to work on this data. And it's been a real pleasure to work with this team, but I also kind of want to celebrate that this is an infrastructure that will provide ongoing great returns on for this ongoing research effort, combining this incredibly detailed data combining at the same time administrative data, very detailed trade data coming from customs, as well as very detailed data on very specific outcomes of innovation from a worldwide patent database. So what you can do with this type of incredible data is really isolate the contributions of some of the very specific channels. So kind of some of them that I've talked about, some of them that I haven't had a lot of time to talk about. For example, the market size effect, that you can use this data to really isolate even within an industry which firms are going to be hit with positive demand shocks coming from their export markets, and seeing how that translates into their future innovation responses. And so we find that there is this really significant market size effect, and kind of continuing with a theme that's already been discussed, that it's not a homogeneous effect, that this is really an effect that we really see for a subset of relatively more productive firms. I haven't time to talk about the knowledge spillovers literature, but again, we have some work using this data showing that, again, you can use this in incredibly fine detail to really isolate a part of this knowledge spillover that comes from observing the entry of a French firm into a foreign market, and then looking at the innovation responses of foreign innovators in those countries in terms of patents that then refer back to the technologies and the patents of this French exporter, and finding this very strong link between the two. And then lastly, and this is going to be a theme that has already been talked about a lot regarding the Chinese import competition shock, I wanted to mention this work and kind of highlight another possibility for some of these conflicting effects about whether the competition coming from China has a positive effect or a negative effect on innovation. And just mentioning that here it's very important to be able to isolate whether this increased competition, these Chinese goods that are coming in, are these goods that are competing directly with the goods that a firm is producing, or is it offering also the potential for the firm, and in this case of a French firm, to actually use that good as a key input in their production, which is going to be this vertical effect. And just noting that, again, something that could be underlying this ambiguity between a positive and a negative effect is that we find opposite effects for this effect of horizontal competition, this Chinese competition that's producing a product in a very detailed way that is exactly the same type of product that a French firm is producing, in which case it has a very strong negative effect on innovation. But at the same time, it can have a positive effect when those goods that are coming in can be used as inputs in production by those firms, and in particular by firms that are in the same narrowly defined industry, in which case we find a positive effect for that. We also find some other very interesting patterns about how this can also induce this positive effect tends to be focused on, again, the relatively more productive firms who are also much more likely to use these inputs and sometimes even exit manufacturing, although not die off, still continue essentially as importers of these goods and distributors and sellers in a service capacity where they provide the product development and as well as after sales support. So let me just end there and just end by again saying how much of a pleasure it's been working with Philippe. There's never been any lack of enthusiasm in our meetings as well as decibels, and it's something that I've greatly appreciate. And again, I also just want to celebrate just this amazing team of researcher that he has put together at the Collège, and I look forward to seeing a lot of their future research.
Thanks, Mark. Steve Redding is next.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Mark. Mark, could you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thanks. Does everybody see my screen now? Yep, great. So thanks very much, Mark. So Mark did a terrific job summarizing two key mechanisms through which trade affects rates of innovation in endogenous innovation models, and in particular Schumpeterian models, namely the market size effect from opening up to international trade and the competition effect. And so what I'd like to do in the sort of remaining 5 minutes or so is just talk about two other key mechanisms through which trade can affect rates of endogenous innovation in these models. Firstly, through comparative advantage, and secondly, through knowledge spillovers. But before I do that, I just wanted to again echo what Mark said and to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this terrific event in memory of Emmanuel Farhi, and to celebrate the great research contributions of Philippe and Peter. And also I just want to say that I first met Philippe actually in 1992 when I was randomly assigned he was randomly assigned to be my advisor as a master's student. And life is full of luck, but this was definitely one of the greatest strokes of luck in my professional career. And Philippe is sort of incredibly generous as an advisor, as all of his students will know, in terms of his ideas and insights and enthusiasms. And for such a prolific researcher, that's sort of very remarkable. And so I just wanted to sort of thank, in addition to the research contributions, say a thank you on behalf of all of his students for all of the sort of insights and supports from which we've all benefited. So then briefly, just to say a little bit more about these other two key mechanisms on comparative advantage and knowledge spillovers. So comparative advantage obviously matters for growth in a number of ways. So on the one hand, comparative advantage can influence the effects of economic growth. So causality going from growth through comparative advantage. On the other hand, comparative advantage can also influence the determinants of growth. So causality going from comparative advantage to growth rates. And so taking that first perspective, there's actually a long neoclassical tradition emphasizing that comparative advantage can shape the effects of growth. So Kiminori has this very important paper in the early 1990s, highlighting that the effects of sectoral productivity growth are very different in the closed and the open economies. In the closed economy world, higher productivity growth in agriculture reduces the share of that sector in employment in models of structural transformation, where demand is inelastic between sectors. In contrast, in the open economy, higher productivity in agriculture actually increases shares of employment in that sector through comparative advantage. And then again, within these neoclassical frameworks, DARON has a number of important papers highlighting that trade plays a crucial role in shaping the effects of growth, in particular in determining, as you accumulate capital, does the return to capital diminish? In the open economy, that depends crucially on the terms of trade. One of the things that was so distinctive about endogenous growth theory and Schumpeterian models of endogenous growth was the idea that comparative advantage could be a determinant of the economy's rate of growth. And one key mechanism through which that occurs is a sort of classic sectoral composition effect. If you have a number of different sectors that differ in their rates of growth, then when the economy opens up to trade and specializes according to comparative advantage across those sectors, the aggregate rate of economic growth of output is going to change to a pure sectoral composition effect. And that's a sort of really important insight that operates in models of learning by doing and in these Schumpeterian models of endogenous innovation. As, for example, importantly, in Grossman and Heltman's work. It's very important to emphasize, though, that once you're in the open economy, it's important not to equate output growth with consumption growth, because those two things are very, very different in the open economy. And so, for example, in a number of models, when you open up to trade, your output growth can slow because you end up specializing in low productivity growth sectors. Nonetheless, in equilibrium, it's still possible that you might enjoy the same rates of consumption growth because you benefit from a terms of trade improvement from your rivals. And so one of the key forces that's very important in these models in shaping how trade impacts welfare is the extent to which knowledge spillovers from innovation are national or international in scope, whether they operate within countries or between countries. And then more generally, the divergence between private rates of return to innovation and social rates of return to innovation. And one sort of very distinctive feature of Schumpeterian models is that that divergence is very different from, say, the Roma type models of variety-based growth. Because in the Schumpeterian tradition, you have these business stealing effects, which generate a quite different pattern of externalities. And so because of those externalities, the divergence between private and social rates of return, it's at least in principle possible for public policy interventions to be welfare improving in the open economy, as influenced in several papers. However, clearly there again, it's going to be very crucial whether knowledge spillovers are national or international in scope. And these cases for policy intervention hinge crucially on whether or not there's going to be retaliation from your trade partners. But nonetheless, that's sort of one key mechanism through which trade affects rates of growth. I'm getting low on time, so I'll try to keep this short. Another key mechanism is sort of knowledge spillovers in these models of endogenous innovation. Knowledge spillovers matter in a number of dimensions. Firstly, in an international economy, those knowledge spillovers can diffuse between countries simply because those countries are open through the flow of ideas, independently of any flows of goods. And so that's one dimension through which these knowledge spillovers matter. In addition, trade itself may be a mechanical force for the diffusion of ideas, as for example, when products are reverse engineered when they're shipped between countries. Much of the recent literature on knowledge spillovers and trade has really stressed an idea related to that, which is that trade changes both the set of sellers that sell their goods in a market, and it also changes the set of firms that produce in a country. And those two effects are quite different from one another, obviously, because the share of sellers is influenced by trade between countries. And so the effect of trade in mediating knowledge spillovers between countries can depend critically on whether you learn from the people selling in your market, the set of people selling there, or the set of people producing there, as emphasized, for example, in recent work by Thomas Sampson, Chris Tonetti and co-authors, and Francesco Guerra and Ezra Oberfield. So some really kind of interesting and subtle and nuanced features of how being open can lead to spillovers of knowledge between economies. In much of the literature, sort of these knowledge spillovers can occur serendipitously, depending on who's selling in your market or who's producing in your country, who you bump into and who you learn from. But then I also want to highlight another kind of important tradition in trade, where actually the diffusion of innovation is dependent upon endogenous investments. And that's very evident, for example, in the classical literature on the product cycle, which dates back to Vernon in the 1960s, with important contributions from Krugman, Grossman, and Helpman. And this is also kind of an area where Philippe has made very important contributions with Daron and Fabrizio and other co-authors. In particular, in much of, there's an important strand of Philippe's work where he emphasizes that the effect of trade on growth depends critically on whether it's innovation versus technology adoption, and it may be optimal to organize production very differently for innovation versus technology adoption, as in there's several papers on distance to the frontier and how that matters for growth and welfare. But I'm getting low on time. I want to not run over by too much, so I'll just try to draw together what Mark said in his first part of the talk and the additional items to which I've tried to speak. So, again, just to reiterate many of the other sessions earlier today, we've had fundamental new insights from endogenous growth theory in general, models of endogenous innovation, but then also importantly from the Schumpeterian tradition of quality-based growth. So this literature emphasizes that innovation is endogenous. It depends on the expectation of future profits. Innovations have some distinctive features relative to other goods. They're non-rivalrous and partially excludable. And then one of the things that's most distinctive about the Schumpeterian tradition is this idea growth inherently involves creative destruction, and that really changes the ratio of private to social rates of return in interesting and subtle ways. In the chapter with Mark, we highlight 4 key mechanisms through which trade can affect rates of endogenous innovation, through market size effects. So the idea is innovation involves fixed costs and bigger markets help you amortize those costs. Through competition effects, trade changes the degree of competition. In many models of innovation, that always dampens the incentive to innovate, as in the classic literature following Arrow under monopoly of the trade-off between static and dynamic efficiency. But one of the areas, as Mark said, where Schumpeterian work has been particularly influential is highlighting ways that competition can actually act as a spur of innovation, as a positive incentive to innovate. And then the 2 channels I talked about, comparative advantage and knowledge spillovers. One of the things that's interesting about this work on trade and endogenous innovation is that it actually highlights a new mechanism for gains from trade. In addition to the conventional static welfare gains, where there's a lot of consensus about what those welfare gains are, it suggests that there may also be dynamic gains or potentially even losses through the way trade affects rates of growth. And some of this recent literature on knowledge spillovers suggests actually those dynamic welfare gains may be large relative to the more traditional static welfare gains. But that's an area where we have much less consensus about developing frameworks for quantifying those dynamic gains. They tend to be much more model specific. And so I think that's an exciting area where the Schumpeterian approach has got a lot to offer, in particular through these step-by-step innovation and escape competition effects that Mark talked about. And I'll stop there. Sorry for running a couple of minutes over, Paul.
Thanks, Steve. That was great. So our first panelist is Gianmario Impuliti. If you can share your screen.
Can you see my slides? Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me, Paul? All good?
Yes. I just the recording stopped, but I don't know if we should worry about that.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I heard that. maybe Emma will take care of it.
We're now very eager to hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much. In progress. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you, Ufuk and John, to putting together this amazing conference, celebrating Philip's and Peter's work. It's incredible how big the impact of their research has been in the last 30 years, and as we can see from the program, it has inspired all of us, and this is quite impressive. I'm going to dig a bit deeper into the link between trade, competition, and growth. I am lucky that most of the baseline concepts have already been discussed by Rachel and Ufuk and others. When you think about the link of trade and growth, between trade and growth, a key reason to go there is what Steve was just mentioning, is that dynamic gains, the dynamic gains from trade, that innovation dynamics can substantially increase the gains from trade. When you survey the models, as Steve and Mark have already done, of trade and endogenous growth, you find that often, most of the times, or probably all the times, unless I'm missing something, the effect is either of trade liberalization is either positive or negligible. Okay. When you look at the empirics, as we have seen from John and other talks today, the empirics on the effect of competition and growth, both domestic and international, is a bit more mixed. Okay, positive effects, negative effects, no monotonic effects. So about 9 years ago now, Ufuk, Sina, and I started thinking about a new model of trade and endogenous growth, and the flexibility of the step-by-step framework to accommodate rich empirical findings was what convinced us to go and look in that direction, okay, and extend the model to open economy. The other reason was that we thought that looking at the data, in the global economy is populated by firms that are large, they have market power, and they interact strategically. So that was another reason to go for the setting where firms interact strategically, and the strategic interaction between firms drive their decision to innovate and produce. So we used the model then to evaluate the effect of innovation policy, of US innovation policy, as a response to Japanese and European competition of the 70s and 80s. So I'm going to give you a quick, so this picture here, it gives you the main insights of the model. So we have two countries, a home country and a foreign country. In the application, the home country is the US, and the foreign country is the rest of the world. Firms are ranked along this technology gaps, and this here is the innovation steady-state innovation distribution of US firms, of home firms across the technology gap. At gap 0 here, firms are neck and neck. Okay, the presence of trade costs implies that the neck and neck. So here the neck and neck from a technological point of view, but since we have trade costs, you're going to have two different cutoffs where innovation peaks exactly because here and here firms are neck and neck. Okay, so here below, so on the left, we have negative gaps for US firms. So US firms are behind foreign competitors. On the right, US firms are ahead. Below this peak here, US quality products, so their technology is so behind they cannot beat foreign competition on their own turf. Okay, so this is the domestic survival cutoff. Below that, domestic firms cannot produce for the domestic market. Between this cutoff and this cutoff, domestic home firms will produce, are competitive enough to produce for the home market, and above this cutoff, which is the export cutoff, firms can export. Close to the cutoff, innovation is high because firms have incentive to go past the cutoff and conquer, in this case, the home market. That's why we call it defense innovation. In the other case, the foreign market. That's why we call it expansion and innovation. Interestingly enough, this distribution of innovation is also born in the data. So here we plot a related picture using US Patent Office data on patent applications. What happened when you liberalize trade? Well, the two cutoffs, they come closer together, okay? And under free trade, okay, you have only one peak, which is also what you observe in closed economy. Now, the effect of trade innovation depends on the distribution of firms, okay, of national firms, around these cutoffs. Okay, I'll give you an example of an exercise that we have in the model, where essentially we make this experiment of increasing US import tariffs. Okay, so you see that there is a movement of the domestic cutoff to the left. This means that for US firms now, it's easier to survive on the domestic markets. So look at what happened to innovation. Some of these firms now are closer to the cutoff, okay, and they innovate more. Some other firms that they were already producing for the domestic market, now they have a way easier life, and so they slack. Okay, so the effect of this measure of protectionism on innovation is going to depend on the distribution of firms exactly in this area. Okay, so we have a quite flexible model that can speak well to the data. So the key findings of the paper is that first of all, protectionism generates, and you can find it also here. Here we have the welfare implication, the welfare effects of these policies. It's 100% increase over the benchmark tariff. The welfare effect is negative, and is more negative as you look forward in the future, because we can track the entire transitional dynamics of the model, and the losses are quite sizable. Then we run a factual exercise, because during the early 80s, the first move of the Reagan administration was to increase tariffs. But then the protectionism faded away during the second term. While during that period, US introduced a set of innovation policies aimed at helping US firms competing in a tougher global economy. We look at R&D subsidies that were introduced in 1981, and we find that there was a good policy response to increasing foreign competition, technological competition from Europe and Japan. Another important result is that we look at optimal subsidies, and we find that they are decreasing with the level of bilateral openness. So the more open is the global economy, the less need there is to essentially subsidize R&D. And here the key issue is knowledge spillovers, which is at the root, is the main externality pinning down the need to subsidize innovation in Schumpeterian models. Okay, so the idea is that you can get innovation, you can get increased innovation, reduce underinvestment innovation through foreign competition. If you don't have that, then you need to use subsidies, which is a little bit what UK economy is doing, going to Brexit first, and soon after starting these new industrial strategies to help UK firms become more and more innovative. Finally, the optimal tariff in this model, both in the short and in the long run, with short and long run policy horizon, is 0. So this model has most of the important externalities that static trade models have, and they lead to a positive optimal subsidy. Okay, terms of trade externality, relocation, and process shifting. But the presence of dynamic gains from trade led by innovation imply that, so they're dominant, and imply that the optimal tariff is 0, both in the short and in the long run. Of course, this is a quantitative result, but it is, I want just to mention that it can be potentially powerful. Just to conclude, a drawback of the step-by-step model in open economy that we devised, and it's a drawback of all step-by-step models, is that it's quite stylized in terms of market structure. So you have two firms competing vertically in each industries, and even when we introduce entry, and we did this, entry doesn't change the structure. It's always two firms. Okay, so this is so you can go choose a different option and go fully oligopoly in general equilibrium with free entry, which is exactly what I did in a bunch of papers with Omar Likandar and Pontus Randall, where we look at the effect of trade on markups, on product market competition, with endogenous entry, selection, and growth. The drawback of the second approach is that you only have positive effects of trade-induced product market competition on innovation and growth. Okay, so you lose the Schumpeterian effect. You lose the negative effects of competition and growth. So I think that for future research, putting together the step-by-step into a full oligopoly with entry setup is can be very important to generalize this model. There is this paper here that takes a first stab into for a closed economy version. A caveat, and I conclude, this is what Steve was sort of mentioning. So that dynamic games are very powerful. So what in order, and they're very dependent on spillovers, on international spillovers for trade, but also on the basic knowledge spillovers that even trade models without international knowledge spillovers have. Okay, trade models of endogenous growth. So it's not easy to measure the spillovers. John has an important papers. There are a bunch of papers that we have evidence. So let's make this clear. We have evidence that these spillovers are there, but
Mario,
we need to be more careful in measuring them. But if you have a model without growth, that is even more counterfactual than the model without with strong spillovers. Okay, so I'm going to conclude here. I'm sorry, I probably went a few minutes ahead. Thank you very much for your patience.
Great. So let's move on to the next panelist. That's Sam Courtney. If you can stop sharing, Jean-Marie.
Yeah, one second. Okay, stop share.
Are you seeing it, Paul?
Yes, not full screen though.
Yeah, something's wrong. I can't. Hold on. I'm going to try again because I.
Full screen first and then share. Usually it works better if you full screen it first and then you share it.
Okay.
If you can do that.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm eating into my minutes. You better warn me when I'm getting close.
I think Martin said we can go until midnight, so don't worry.
Okay. My problem is I can't see it.
Oh, we do.
Somehow the Zoom thing is covering everything for me, so I can't.
Looks beautiful.
Okay. Well, I have to guess what it's saying. Okay, so I guess I can make this small. Okay, sorry about the delay. Tribute to Philippe and Peter. I wanted to do it in terms of my being an impressionable graduate student here at Yale with Ariel as my advisor. So I was definitely going to do something about technology. But all of a sudden there was this burst of new growth theory, which is really exciting. And I read probably Romer's first and kind of internalized his dictum about technology being non-rival. That's been very handy for me over the years. Sometimes I catch myself making a mistake, but I think the Aghion Howitt model was kind of the vision that I wanted for inspiration because it really matched how you would think about historical episodes of innovation and technological change, because you get progress, you don't just get variety. And so that was very influential to me. And I also borrowed from Grossman and Heltman's quality ladders model, which obviously shares some of those features. But I want to say these contributions in this literature and Aghion and Howitt in particular were just a kind of powerful knowledge spillover. And remember, it happened, I hadn't met them or anything. This was a knowledge spillover that was happening across space, as we're going to talk about in trade and innovation. And I know it's big from introspection, and I know it must be big in total because lots of people have had the same experience. So I just want to point out how important that's been. Now I got to figure out, okay, trade and innovation. Okay, so a question is taking the new growth theory to a multi-country world. And Mark and Steve have a nice survey article that what I really appreciate is that they pulled in they tried to pull in everything that was related. It didn't have to, they took a broad perspective, and they provide this discipline of an organizational structure, which is to think about the papers in terms of the role of market size, competition, comparative advantage, and knowledge spillovers. And what I want to do is kind of break down the knowledge spillovers to get a sort of different cut on the papers. It's kind of a narrower cut, but then I'm not the one writing the big paper. I don't have to fit in all the literature. I just want to bring out a distinction that I think is important and illuminating in this setting. So it really goes back to there being dual roles of technology in the sense that technology makes producers of goods more efficient. That's kind of its ultimate effect, but it also makes, to the extent knowledge is generated, it makes innovators more productive as well. And I think it's important to keep those two roles distinct, and maybe even more so in the trade context, because then we can distinguish international diffusion of production technologies, where we're really learning how to produce a particular product, versus international knowledge spillovers, which are much more amorphous. Of course, both of these have huge potential for welfare gains. If we think about the international diffusion of the production technologies first, by the non-rivalry principle, we could all potentially use the best technology from around the world. And when I started working with Jonathan Eaton, that was sort of this, he kind of opened me up to the rest of the world. I had been not thinking about the rest of the world until I became an assistant professor and he was my colleague. And you see that there could be these large level effects through that kind of a diffusion. And that's what we first explored. And that kind of pushed us to this idea of the max operator applying to technologies when you want to aggregate them. Well, just take the best one, the rest are useless. If you have access to the best one. Now, with international spillovers, we can take advantage of all the relevant knowledge from around the world. And this could have a growth effect, because now we're kind of creating a better input to the innovation process. So this could even be more powerful than the first one. The first one's going to be more like a level effect. The second one, a potential growth effect. Okay, so I wanted to point out a peculiarity that is, albeit sort of special to the way that Jonathan and I have modeled these things, but I think it's more general than that, which is that differences in technology you can trade away, in the sense that you export based on your Ricardian comparative advantage, so that even with no diffusion, other countries get some benefit from what you have a comparative advantage in. And then, of course, as I described, you could adopt the best techniques from abroad, even if there was no trade. Now, what's kind of interesting is if you took a symmetric, frictionless world, you could get the same thing by either effect. In one case, you're moving the technologies, and in the other case, you're moving the goods. And in either case, you get the maximum, the world's maximum technology. It's as if you're one economy, but getting the max of the technology that the world puts forward to you. So that's you know, we're in our work, in particular the 1999 paper, we pointed out that the world is obviously quite far from that, but it still points to this sort of wonderful potential that we have as a world, sharing our technology, sharing this non-rival good that we produce. Now, this kind of reminds me of what Ariel was saying. As I said, he was my dissertation advisor, and he was saying how he kind of moved away from the technology area. Well, in fact, from our first two papers in 96 and 99, we then moved, which had no trade, but technology diffusion, we then moved to papers that had no technology and only trade, in part finding it easier to make progress there. So the technology area has this issue of people get frustrated because it's really hard to do good work in this area. So we applaud Philippe and Peter. Okay, but I did flip through some recent progress, I think, on these issues. Now, knowledge spillovers with trade are in some ways easier to model because we don't have to worry about this effect where you undercut your comparative advantage because now the other guy knows how to do exactly what you knew how to do, because now you're only sharing knowledge, which is going into innovation, and innovation is going to yield random outcomes. And so you don't necessarily have that effect where the two are substitutes. On the other hand, it's not so clear that trade is crucial to these knowledge spillovers, or in particular, how much trade is really crucial to these knowledge spillovers. But I'd say in this area, I would put the Buera-Oberfield paper that was just mentioned and some of these other papers. Clearly, it's not the main issue with the one we just heard from John Mario, although it's present. Okay, so in conclusion, I want to concur with what Melitz and Redding say, which is that we want to strengthen the evidence on the quantitative magnitude of these dynamic welfare effects from trade. And that's an exciting area for research, but it's also very challenging. And I think the problem is the macro data aren't very discriminating. And then the micro data, we typically, to really exploit them, we difference them in such a way that we lose the macro effects. So we're kind of in trouble either way. Now, I don't want to sound discouraging, but I think we need to rise to the challenge because I don't feel we're where we should be in terms of quantifying these things. So much work to be done. How did I do for time?
Pretty good, pretty good. Thanks, Sam. This is great. The next panelist is Kiminori Hatsuyama.
Hi. Oops. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, they're not full screen, but.
Okay. Maybe I should try to expand this a bit.
That would work, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, well, first of all, thank you very much for the organizers to invite me, so I'll be able to join you for celebrating the great work done by Philip and Peter. And so I'm going to talk about things that actually have not really covered by Stephen and Mark. Maybe they were perfect foresight, so they knew that I'm going to talk about this, so maybe that's why they didn't talk about it. So it's a home market effect in innovations. The home market effect is a quite actually important concept in international trade. So just in case some of you are not familiar with, the question is about how the sectoral composition of demand differ across countries, and how that data show up on the pattern of trade. Okay, and the neoclassical trade theory, according to neoclassical theories, where the demand and the supply is really a separate ingredient of the model. If the country has a relatively high demand for particular goods, that would make that country more likely to become an importer of that goods. Okay? And that certainly works well for explaining, why the Italian love for coffee make Italy a big importer of coffee beans, and French love for caviar make it the big import of caviar. But we also somehow feel it's natural to think that Italian love for coffee might be responsible for Italy's to become a big exporter of the espresso machines, not an importer of the espresso machines. And French love for foie gras would make that France is a big exporter of foie gras, not the importers. Okay? And the new trade theory is basically started with the Paul Krugman, which used the multiple competitions, and innovation played a very important role. Here, actually, I'll talk about innovation in a very broad term. So any investment effort on the part of the entrepreneurs to improve the productivities. You know, the Krugman's insight is as an entrepreneur direct their innovation effort towards sector where the relatively high domestic demand, the industrial structure of the economy respond endogenously to the demand structure. So the cross-country difference in the domestic demand composition will affect entrepreneurs' incentive across sectors and in a different way across the country, and that create their comparative advantage, and that cause the trade. So actually, I should tell you a little bit, you know, every time I explain this idea of the whole market effect, there are a couple of sort of misunderstanding always show up. So let me just clarify this. So one common misperception is the globalization, by which I mean like a lowering trade barriers or lower communication costs, makes the whole market effect less important. And the idea, I think, goes in these people's mind who get this impression is that in a fully integrated world, you know, there's no such a thing as the domestic versus foreign market. They're completely integrated. So the domestic composition of the demand, domestic demand composition does not matter. And therefore, there's no whole market effect. And that's true if it's truly the world is frictionless. But then people would say, well, the globalization brings the world closer to that full integrated world. So by continuity, the whole market effect becomes insignificant. And actually, virtually all the whole market effect model I'm aware of actually predict that globalization would actually magnify the whole market effect. So as long as a world is short of complete full integration, you know, possibly the small country, cross-country difference in the domestic demand composition will determine the competitive advantage, since the innovation efforts are actually paid in the fixed cost, and it operates more at the extensive margin. But once the comparative advantage is established, the globalization actually magnifies its impact on trade because the volume of trade actually operates in an intensive margin, which further actually amplifies the effect on the relative innovation incentives across the sectors. So that's the first thing that I would like to point out. Globalization makes it actually home market effects more important. Another is that home market effects, misconception, home market effects trivial for a country like Belgium and Denmark compared to like a country like China and the US, because for Belgian farms, you know, the share of the domestic market is extremely small compared to the export market. But again, that's really not, that's actually a misconception, because that in a general equilibrium, what matters is not the absolute market size, but the cross-country difference in the domestic demand competition. It's true that the Belgian market may be a small share of the Belgian farmers' revenue, but as long as the Belgian market share is larger for Belgian farm than the farm in Chinese for Chinese farm, then still the whole market effect is important. And then the related concept is this the Linder hypothesis, sometimes called the Linder hypothesis, which tries to sort of explain this difference in the domestic demand composition in terms of the difference in the per capita income. So the idea is that the demand composition, the more skewed towards income elastic sectors in the rich countries, and therefore the rich will innovate more and they export more in income elastic sectors, and the opposite happen in a poor south. Okay. And then there's a dynamic sort of application of this Linder idea, which is Vernon's insight on the product cycle, So you can imagine the world as a whole is getting richer without affecting the per capita income across the countries. And then as the world getting richer, the demand composition keeps shifting towards more income elastic sectors in each countries. And that will certainly shift the pattern of innovation across the sectors. But the countries are always different in terms of their per capita income. But then the new industry is born at the top end of the industry ladder in the north, and then the middle of the ladders, the pace of innovation in the south rises relative to the north, and so that competitive advantage shifts from the north to the south, and the mature industry at the bottom of the ladder would shrink. And this pattern of the product cycle from the previous argument that actually the globalization, in fact, actually accelerates the pace of the product cycles. I just want to point out that actually Vernon idea is often misinterpreted. That the Vernon's idea, Vernon really stresses the importance of the market access differential, how that would create a different innovation incentive to the entrepreneurs that are located in different countries. In fact, he explicitly rejects the hypothesis that the product cycle is generated because the North has a competitive advantage in innovation, while the South has a competitive advantage in imitation, which is the kind of the idea that modeled by the Krugman, 1979. It's actually wrong, but that doesn't mean that Krugman was wrong, but no, certainly the Krugman's idea is actually polar opposite of the Vernon's idea. Now, let me actually finish the last page. So what are the spatial implications of the innovations? So, multi-country world, what matters is it's really not the domestic market competition, but it's a cross-country difference in the market access across sectors. And so perhaps the whole market effect should be renamed as the market access effect. And here's my a speculation. So think about the world where there are three countries. There's the one country is rich, and then the other two countries are P1 and P2, and they are equally poor. So they have the same per capita income level. But one country is closer. P1 is closest to the rich countries, and then the P2. Okay. Now, how the Linde effect would work in this world? Well, the rich country obviously innovate relatively more and export in income elastic sectors, but how the P1 and P2 differ from each other? The P1 is closer to the rich country, P2 is far away from the rich countries. And so there's actually two opposite effects. So the P1s, the country which is closer to the north, have more incentive to innovate in the income elastic sectors because they have a better access to the rich countries' market. But on the other hand, it has a negative side as well, because innovator in a country that are close to the rich country also have to face more competition from the innovators in the rich countries. So in general, it could go in different directions. And actually more generally, the effect would be non-monotonic in the distance. And that's something I think would deserve more the research. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna stop here.
Thank you, Kiminari. The next panelist is Dan Treffler. Do you mind?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm not quite sure how to. I guess just a second. I'm so sorry about this.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
Sam, you hear me?
Yeah, Dan. Do you want to share slides?
No. You know what? I think I'll just talk because we're running a little short on time. So if I start with slides, we might get sidetracked. All right. So you can hear and see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm absolutely delighted to be part of the celebration of this monumental contribution by Peter and Philippe. I've learned so much from Philippe over these years, but one thing I have not learned from him is how to present a paper with his enthusiasm, his humor, and his grace. So forgive me if I can't, Philippe, that I have not learned as much as I could from you. For many years, I've been studying the impact of trade on innovation, but always emphasizing market size effects. And so completely ignoring Peter and Philippe's competition effects. I'm going to try and make amends for that today by showing how much farther I now see, sort of by standing on the shoulders of these proverbial giants. So it's a paper that I'm writing with Kevin Lim of the University of Toronto and Miao Yu at Peking University, and we're interested in the drivers of innovation in China. So in the short time that I have, let me not try to rush through any theoretical model, but let me just offer you up an extended example. So consider the Chinese mobile phone industry, or the world mobile phone industry, I should say. It has about 300 manufacturers, a very large number of manufacturers. And for simplicity, let's just divide those up into 3 quality segments. The highest quality segment is dominated by firms like Apple, which compete neck and neck with Samsung and other firms. In the next tier, there's going to be firms like Xiaomi, who produce a cheaper phone that sells very well in middle-income countries, notably in China itself. And just like Apple, Xiaomi faces neck-and-neck competition in its own quality segment. And finally, in the lowest quality segment is going to be firms like Techno Mobile. I'm sure none of you have ever heard of it, but it sells primarily into Africa, and of course faces other competition from other low-quality firms. So this mobile phone market is very well characterized by step-by-step innovation, or was until relatively recently. Where we add to Peter and Philippe's model is the recognition of market segmentation based on quality. So Xiaomi competes neck and neck with other firms in its own quality segment. However, the elasticity of substitution across quality segments is smaller than the elasticity of substitution within quality segments. So you're competing more intensely within your own quality segment. So this is a very simple addition to Peter and Philippe's original setup, but it has really important implications for thinking about how Chinese firms such as Xiaomi think about escaping the competition. And in particular, Xiaomi has to think about a competition, not just in its own quality segment, but both behind and in front of it. So let's start with thinking about looking forward to what Xiaomi needs to think about when it innovates. Xiaomi may well want to escape the competition within its own middle quality mobile phone segment. However, if it innovates into a higher quality segment, it now faces intense neck and neck competition from Apple. Right? So innovation takes Xiaomi out of the frying pan and into the fire, right? In other words, it doesn't necessarily get you out of neck and neck competition. So should Chinese firms upgrade or not in that setting? Are they better off innovating, or are they better off sitting in their existing quality segment? And most importantly for me is, how does international trade affect the answers to those types of questions? So that's Xiaomi looking forward when it innovates to a higher quality. Well, Xiaomi may decide, I don't want to innovate, but then it has to look backwards, because if it does not innovate today, then tomorrow it's going to face increased competition from Techno Mobile, who by tomorrow may have innovated out of the low quality and into this middle quality that Xiaomi now occupies. So by not escaping the competition, Xiaomi may face even more competition tomorrow. Again, what should Xiaomi's innovation strategy be? How does it depend on international trade? These are the types of questions that we're trying to answer with our research agenda. And you can see this very small departure from what Philippe and Peter gave us in their step-by-step innovation models leads to this very complicated way of thinking about competition and innovation. Competition where exactly affects innovation where? So to investigate, we first have to identify quality segments and decide which firms go into which quality segments. So that's not so easy to do. And to my knowledge, it's not actually ever been done before. So let me not tell you how we solve it, but here's the state what the problem is. A firm's quality is its residual from a demand function, right? And that function varies across quality segments. So for example, low quality segments are likely to have a higher price elasticity of demand. So to know quality, I need to know demand, but to estimate demand, I need to know which firms are in that quality segment that I'm trying to estimate demand for. One way of saying that is I can't estimate demand unless I know firm quality, and I don't know firm quality unless I estimate firm demand. So we solved this chicken and egg problem through a structural model that we're quite pleased with. I won't take you through the details, but just let me tell you what we find. So to examine innovation with quality segmentation, we look at the standard Chinese data from 2000 to 2006, and sort of three results come out. The first one is that the impact of competition on innovation is weak within one's own segment. So here I'm riffing off of many of the comments that we've heard today about what exactly is the impact of competition on innovation. So weak, if there's weak competition effects in your own, if the competition is coming from your own quality segment. Second, a firm's R&D is decreasing in the amount of competition in higher quality grades. That is to say, in terms of our Xiaomi example, that we find that Xiaomi is indeed discouraged from escaping the competition when the quality segment it's about to enter is highly competitive, i.e. has an Apple. The third result is looking backwards. A firm's R&D is increasing the amount of competition in lower quality grades. So that is, Xiaomi is looking backwards, seeing techno, chomping at the bit. And if there's a lot of competition behind Xiaomi, so that techno is likely to innovate out of its own competition, Xiaomi recognizes that, oh my gosh, the competition is coming, I got to innovate more. So I'm running really short on time. There's all this work that we do about trade and how a Meltz style selection effect interacts with these competition effects. I think I'll just end here. I just want to re-emphasize what the main point here is, that firm innovation really does respond to competition, but you can't properly see it until you start dividing firms into quality segments. You need to think about where's the competition ahead of you, how severe is the competition behind you, and not just what's the competition, the average level of competition. These are ideas that I would never have had I not started to really think hard about Peter and Philippe's contributions to the impact of competition on innovation. So glad that I've been able to be a part of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks a lot for this. We have about 5 minutes, so I'm gonna, I know it's been a long day, so I'm gonna try to stick to time and just tell you a few things, a few thoughts on the topic. So again, I'm really truly honored to be here. This is a great event, and I'm delighted to be here. I should start with a confession though, which is, as far as I recall, I've never written a paper modeling innovation. So you might say, what is this guy doing here? And I'm not sure I have a great answer to that. I will say I'm not saying this with pride. Okay, so I have deep respect for this research agenda. I'm a consumer of this agenda. I should also say that I obviously understand it's very important, and it was a very important motivation for me to become an academic economist. At the time that I was studying, this area was very hot. I thought I was going to do this in my PhD and then convince myself that everything had been done. And now today I realize how wrong I was, just seeing the sort of explosion of work that happened in later years. I should also say in passing that I've always had a personal fascination with Schumpeter. Turns out I took a course on the history of economic thought in Spain when I was an undergrad there. And this guy, Javier Tape, who's a Spanish economist, he taught this course, and he was the person that translated and introduced Schumpeter into Spanish economics. So he was giving a very vivid account of his life and his theories. So I've always I read Schumpeter's work and was very interested in this. And obviously the Aghion Howitt paper formalizing some of the insights in that of creative destruction was a big influence for me. Now, I'm not going to give you a view from an insider, and I don't want to just say silly things as a consumer. I'm going to try to say something a bit more substantive as an outsider, and maybe a provocative outsider. Okay, so I'm here to celebrate Philippe and Peter, of course, but I also want to sort of give you a sense of where I'm coming from and what aspects of this theory and even all the extensions that we've heard about today might be missing. And how much of innovation is still about creative destruction? There's a lot of evidence for it, but I think there's some missing pieces. In particular, the theory very much emphasizes horizontal head-to-head competition. But in the real world, obviously, and that's something that actually Martin touched upon very, very quickly on the inputs, right? I think what he had in mind, he didn't elaborate, is, or how I interpret it, is this notion that firms are not just interacting in goods markets horizontally. Firms in goods markets are also interacting vertically. There's firms that interact with their suppliers upstream. There's firms that interact with their customers downstream. And very often those customers are firms themselves. In international trade, which is what concerns us in this session, we know about 2/3 of world trade is about 2/3 is parts and components. These are not finished products. These are intermediate inputs. And in large part, this is a manifestation of this growth in global value chains where you have these superstar firms that some of folks were talking about today that are spanning their operations in many, many countries. And a lot of what we see in trade statistics is this shipments within firm boundaries or across firm boundaries of the parts and components that goes into those products. Now, is this immaterial for how to think about innovation and technology diffusion? I don't know. I mean, I haven't worked this out. I haven't worked on this, but it strikes me that this may not be immaterial. Now, I'm not going to say much more about the international trade dimensions of this, but I do want to say a word about the vertical dimension of firm relationships. And I'm going to change my hat from an outsider now to a PhD advisor. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to do some advertising of ongoing work of a brilliant student of ours at Harvard, Evgeny Farhi, who's been working very much on this sort of vertical role of vertical relationships in their role in innovation and diffusion. So just to give you one example, working with patent data, which a lot of folks here today have used, he went and sort of unveiled a series of interesting facts. For instance, if you look at patents by Delphi, who's a cars producer, auto parts producer, you look at some of the most cited patents of this company, and this is an incredibly well-cited patent. Turns out that 100% of the citations of this patent are by Ford, who's a customer of Delphi. There's a similar example with IBM. You can go beyond the examples and just look more systematically at what percentage, what's the concentration of citation? That is, if you look at the most cited patents and you look at who's the entity that is, the entities that are citing those patents, you see a massive amount of concentration and one that has grown a lot in recent years at the same time where you've seen this vertical disintegration of production. So it looks like more and more you have these innovations where maybe they're tailored to suppliers, maybe they're tailored to customers, and it's more natural that these agents are going to be citing each other in the process of production and also knowledge creation. He has a bunch of other evidence suggestive of substantial patent citations across industry groups, even as detailed as 4-digit groups. And he's also done econometric work indicating that there seems to be what he interprets as a causal link between the network, how upstream or downstream one producer is from another, and the probability that leads to a citation. Okay, so it suggests that there's a lot of flows of knowledge or directed innovation that is going in a vertical sense rather than just trying to avoid competition from direct rivals in horizontal sense. Okay, I know I'm out of time, so let me just close with put a fourth hat, which is a view from a friend. And I'm going to be a bit unfair to you, Peter. I'm sorry, we've met a couple of times. You've always been very kind to me, but I'm particularly close to Philippe, so I felt I need to say something. So first, I'm going to say, as many people have said, Philippe was an incredibly kind and nurturing mentor to me when I started as an assistant professor at Harvard. And I know for a fact that if Emmanuel was here with us, he would have said exactly the same thing. When we started, both of us, you're young, you're insecure, and his warmth, his encouragement was incredibly important for me. He's a very generous individual, very creative, and as some of you have said, he's a highly entertaining individual as well. Now, they say Schumpeter, there's this famous anecdote that Schumpeter aimed to be Austria's greatest horseman and Vienna's greatest lover. I think Philippe had different goals in life, but I'm pretty sure that young scholars in the future will be as fascinated about his work and his life as I was enthralled with Schumpeter's life. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Paul. I think we're at the end of the day. It's been a long but exciting and exhilarating day, and I hope we see you all tomorrow. Philippe, I don't know, or Peter, I don't know if you want to say the last words today.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Peter, you want to start? Peter, you want to? Peter, are you there? Peter? I don't hear.
Yes.
Yes. Do you want to say a few words?
Well, I'm just amazed at how much I've seen that's still going on with a field that we worked on so long ago, and there are these things happening that I would never have dreamed of, and it's just very gratifying. And thank you everybody for all these contributions. It's very inspiring.
Yeah. I am incredibly humbled, and by by the quality, the quality of that the effort that have been put by each of you in this preparing this presentation, and of course completely intimidated by all the and overwhelmed by the very kind words you had for Peter and myself, and so it looks unreal. I don't even realize that that it's really happening. I have to emotionally to digest this, but it's of course it's something like never before experienced. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Thank you.
See you all tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic presentations and fantastic work. Thank you.
This is a truly amazing conference. It's the first time I see attending a conference where Harvard remaining silent. Okay.
John, and we meet tomorrow, I guess. Obviously, I don't.
All right. Okay, I guess, yeah.
Bye, everybody.